your CV and to have seen your application, and congratulations for being shortlisted. Allow me to say that we will have a brief session with you to get to know you better and how you are suited for the position we advertised for and for which you applied. And so this morning, I will ask my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. And once that has happened, we will come over to you. Welcome, FCPA.
Thank you, Chair, na Bwana Chobando. Good morning.
Yes.
Nipandei.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi na karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Tanui.
Good morning.
Morning, Madam.
Caroline Kichuku, a member of the panel.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good morning, George.
Morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Mr. Adam.
Good morning, George.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, a member of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Bor.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Soman, a member of this panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Jobando.
Jobando, thank you.
Jobando.
Morning.
Na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muligrinyo. I am a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Madam Koki.
Good morning, Jobando.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Now, Mr. Jobando, it's your turn to introduce yourself. It would be nice for you to mention what it is that you are bringing on the table for the Iebc. Give us your brief profile and mention if you have any honors awarded to you and if you are a member of any professional group. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
My name is George Onyango Jobando. I come from Migori County, in a sub-county called Uriri. George Jobando went to school in a primary school called Golkado in Mobay County. Then I joined St. Joseph's Rapogi High School in Migori County for ordinary level. We used to call it O level. Then went for A levels at Gendia High School. Joined Egerton after that, graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in 1991. From the university, I joined Thabiti Finance, where I worked in operation, credit, and rose to the level of internal auditor. From Thabiti, I joined Trust Bank in the same capacity, but rose to the level of floor manager. Now Thabiti collapsed. There was the 1999 banking crisis, and Thabiti was a victim of that banking crisis. So I joined the CBO, where I was made the program manager. In the program manager, I was exposed to fundraising, mobilizing fund. Then later in 2007, the taps went dry. The development partners changed the dynamics of financing CBOs, and we had not set up that dynamics. So I joined immigration. Chance came in immigration. I joined immigration, where I was posted to Mombasa. Then came 2000, the IAIC advertised for positions that they wanted constituency election coordinator. I tried my luck and I was successful. I was employed as constituency election coordinator and posted to Bumola in Bungoma. Now, when we joined the IEC, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, and posted to Bumola, I went in and settled in Bumola. Remember, there was no staff that we found. It was only us who was to start from the scratch. I quickly moved in, recruited staff, did voter registration, developed a new register, because the register of the defunct Electoral Commission of Kenya, ECK, had been cancelled, so we developed a new register, registered voters, did mapping, conducted voter education, and after that, I did the first referendum that was done in 2010. I did a referendum in Bomola, successfully did that referendum in Bomola. From there, we had just joined in as an IEC, which was a new body. There was no structure, and all of us had come from different areas. So we got involved in various by-elections because there was no electoral body, so by-election had not taken place for quite a long time. We had numerous by-election. The IIEC saw it upon themselves to use the by-election forums as training session. We could go to any by-election, be trained, and then get involved as presiding officers. Then in that presiding officer, that is when I came alive practically with what election is, because we were made presiding officers in various polling stations. From Bomola, I went to Kiambu, that I never stayed. From Kiambu, I went to Samburu, where in the time that I went to Samburu, there was a lot of challenging environment in Samburu, because for somebody who had not passed Nyahururu like me, I'd only gone to Gilgil for pre-university training. There were a lot of challenges in Samburu. The insecurity level, because by that time they had massacred about 45 policemen in Sogota Valley, and also generally the geographical terrain in Samburu was so poor. There were no roads. I joined Samburu, developed, registered again, because the register that we used in the referendum was also cancelled. Registered voters, recruited personnel, did voter registration, then did my first general election in 2013. From Samburu, I went to Suna East. From Suna East, came to Nyakach. From Nyakach, where I did another general election, then my last station was at Alego, Usonga. That is where I worked last. From Iebc, I joined Migori County Public Service Board as a member of the Public Service Board. Mr. Chairman, in summary, what I want to say about Public Service Board, I was exposed to the whole amphitheater of human resource in Migori Public Service Board, because some of the duties, just in summary, that I did there was one, we were creating and holding, abolishing officers, recruiting personnel and promoting them, exercise disciplinary measures against personnel. Then I was also promoting values and principle of governance in the system, then estimating to the extent to which those values and the principle of governance had been implemented. Then we were also advising on the national planning performance based on personnel. I was also advising this SRC based on the remuneration, the pension, and the wages, the salaries of the staff. Now, in that area where I was advising the salaries and remuneration, that is very handy. It's very critical when I join Iebc, because I was there. We have a very knowledgeable, very hardworking, very resilient, and passionate secretariat, but there's delusion with their work. They are demotivated because of stagnation. So when I join Iebc as a commissioner, I will take it upon myself, from the experience that I got when I was advising the Salaries and Remuneration Commissioner, to make sure that we improve the terms of the staff in IB. We can move from the scheme of service, the restricted scheme of service, to career progression guideline, so that we can improve the terms of the staff in IEBC. They are motivated, they are hardworking, but they are demotivated because of stagnation. Now, when I joined the Public Service Board, I took it upon myself, because I was the head of compliance and legal. I was made the head of compliance and legal. I took it upon myself to develop certain manuals that had not been developed since the inception of that Public Service Board. One, recruitment manual, equity development plan manual. We developed gender, sexual harassment manual, and the strategic plan that is on course. Now, when I come back to IEBC,
Can I just, can I interject, because you've taken more than 5 minutes?
okay, just 1 minute.
Let me guide you.
Okay.
I mentioned to us why you left IBC,
Oh.
and then
Joined.
yeah, why you left IBC, and then number two, whether you have had any by-election done where you are supervising.
I left IABC because I was looking for greener pastures. When we got the Public Service Board offered the greener pastures, I decided to take it over. Then I've not had by-election in my area of jurisdiction. I've just been attending by-elections in other areas.
Okay, what other skills are you bringing on the table, other than elections, public administration, and HR that you have mentioned?
Yeah, thank you so much. What I'm bringing in the table, I've just talked about HR, human resource development. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, political management level, because in IEBC I've really interacted with politicians, because in IEBC we are supposed to midwife the political process. I've interacted with politicians, I've supervised them, I've made sure that they enforce the code of conduct. So that is one area that I'm bringing, the political management. Then also in the electoral areas, very knowledgeable in electoral areas, because I've had hands-on experience in managing election.
Thank you, appreciate that, getting to know you. I want to invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. John Bando, good morning once more.
Good morning once more, Mr.
So one of the key mandates of the IBC is the facilitation of the observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. Are you aware of any current legislative reforms that have been put in place to enhance this role of the IBC?
Thank you, Madam Karum Tuki. I'm not aware of the legislation, but one thing that I will know, that the legislation already exists on how to engage observers, on how to do evaluation, and also how to do monitoring.
Thank you for that. Would you please tell us 3 things that IBC must do in order to realize this mandate?
Thank you so much. One thing that they must do first, they must do what is called capacity building for staff. Then 2, they have to accredit the observers. And then 3, the evaluation, they have to do evaluation of election.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jombando. I wish you the best.
Thank you. I would like to ask Koki to ask you some questions. Please, Koki.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Mr. Jobando.
Yes, Mr. Cook.
I want to ask you a question related to what you're saying, just to clarify. When did you join, is it ECK?
No.
Or IIEC?
IIEC.
When, in 2011?
2010.
2010.
Yeah.
And when you joined the 2010, you said that the register of voters had been cancelled.
Yeah.
So you are starting a new register.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say you conducted the referendum, which referendum do you mean? The 2005 referendum or 2010 referendum?
The 2010 referendum.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by that time, you had already reconstituted the register of voters.
We had just done it when we entered in.
And so what job what were you employed to do at the IEBC, at the IIBC?
IEC had 3 roles.
Yes.
One was registration, another one was returning officer, and another one was coordinating.
Okay.
Those are the roles that I had.
And you are based at the headquarters?
No, I was based in
At
Bomola at Bungoma, in Bungoma County.
Okay.
I was constituency election coordinator.
Okay, very good. Now, the IEBC, the IIEC, IEBC usually has conduct voter registration drives usually around the elections, but they have a continuous voter registration mandate.
Thank you.
Why don't they do that throughout the period?
Thank you. The continuous voter registration does not capture so many voters. So what they normally do at the times of election, they do what is called mass voter registration.
Why don't they do that mass voter registration throughout to capture as many voters as possible?
That mass voter registration might not be possible because of the cost involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have had people complain a lot about the disenfranchisement of young people, persons with disability, and marginalized communities in voter registration. Should you be successful, how are you going to rectify that situation?
Thank you so much. Because disenfranchisement just come in because one of lack of documentation for registration, and also of vast areas. For example, when I was in Samburu. Now, when I come in, I can create mobile registration centers where we can reach as many people as possible. Now, the documentation is just to liaise with the ID department so that they issue ID.
Thank you very much. Just a small follow-up. You have been there for a very long time.
For 13 years.
For 13 years.
Yeah.
And the IEBC has been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Why haven't you created mobile registration centers, and why haven't you liaised with the registrar of persons?
Madam Koki, we, especially during mass registration, we create mobile. Like when I was in Samburu, a case example, the area is so vast that if you don't create mobile clinics, you cannot reach as many people as possible.
I'm asking why haven't you done that already instead of waiting to when you become a commissioner to do it? Why haven't you done it in the last 13 years?
No, that's why I'm saying it's there, but during mass voter registration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jubando, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I come to FCPA Tanui. Please, FCPA.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Chobado, you say that you left IBC for greener pastures.
Yes.
The current engagement you have with the Migori County Public Service Board, is it part-time or full-time?
It's full-time.
Oh, it's a full-time responsibility.
Engagement, yeah.
Okay. Now, one of your revelation here is that the current secretariat of IBC are disillusioned, demotivated, and that if given an opportunity as a commissioner, you will change their current scheme of service to career progression guideline.
Yeah.
Kindly expound that, given the mandate of commissioners as a governance body.
Yes, thank you so much. Career progression guideline is just a movement of promotion based on performance, as opposed to the restricted scheme of service that has what is called salary gaps and job group caps. So as a commissioner, we'll consult with the salaries and remuneration so that they take it upon themselves to see how they can create good terms of service for the staff.
Any reason why that that has been the case?
Yeah, we inherited a scheme of service that was prepared by Pete Mavic, and I think it had some pitfalls. It has never been prepared up to now, since ever.
And that was never brought to the attention of commissioners?
Several times it has been brought, but it seems they have not taken it over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lastly, as IBC, you should always have plans. You should plan ahead of time
Yeah.
to ensure that we have secure, free and fair elections.
Yeah.
So how would you, and using your experience now at County Public Service Board, help the IBC in terms of long-term plans? What strategies would you put in place?
Yeah, long time, we normally have a strategic plan, and I think IBC strategic plan has expired. And then from there we develop electoral plans so that we plan ahead, not only for election, but we can even plan after election. So we'll prepare a strategic plan.
Yes, that's one. Any other strategy?
The other strategy that we can plan is to have a strong procurement plan for the materials that we want to use. That's all.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, FCPA. Evans Misati, would you like to ask, please?
Thanks so much, Chair. Ubando,
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to ask you because you have mentioned your experience in being a constituency elections manager. Now, from where you sit,
Yeah.
Your understanding of the role of the commissioners and the secretariat,
Yeah.
particularly in recruitment and supervision of staff.
Yes, Mr. Musachi.
The role of the commissioners and the secretariat
Yeah.
in recruitment
Of
and
s-
supervision
of
of
staff.
staff.
Thank you so much. It's the commissioner's role to recruit staff, though they can be assisted by the secretariat, especially the head of HR, but it's the commissioners who recruit staff. And then they supervise the staff that they have recruited.
What are the distinct roles between the secretariat
And the commissioners.
and the commission in recruitment of staff? I've repeated the question.
The commissioners are the ones who recruit the staff of the secretariat. And then they offer strategic oversight to the staff. Each and every staff have their immediate supervisor, but then they are supposed to offer strategic oversight to the staff, what the staff do.
As a follow-up to the same question, we have seen some applications from people working in IBC, yourself and others who have worked in IBC before. Do you see any conflict if they get an opportunity and they are appointed commissioners, where now they are going to be supervising the people, some of the people who are senior than them when they are still working?
I don't see any conflict because responsibility comes with higher roles. And it's the definition of those roles that will have to be adhered to. Because the staff have signed a code of conduct that they have to follow, they have to adhere to the law. So there will be no conflicts. The commissioner will just be doing their job as per the defined procedures in the HR manual. And then the secretariat will also be doing their duty. And it's not only in IBC that we find staffs. There are in most institutions, some staffs who are junior have had senior positions. Now, when they have had a senior position, the lower staffs are bound by the law to follow the instructions as per the guideline. So I don't see any conflict.
Thank you, Chair. I wish you all the best. Thanks.
So, Jobando, what do you mean by strategic oversight?
Strategic oversight is an oversight that points at particular deliverables.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many staff report to the commission?
The staff that report to commission, they're about 700. All the staff reports to the commission. But the commission oversight at the committee level, where they're heading various committees.
When you're working in Bumula, who are you reporting to?
I was reporting to the regional election manager.
Is that regional election manager a commissioner?
No, it's not.
But you said 700 staff report to the commission.
By extension, they report to their immediate supervisors, but overall, it's the commission that offer an oversight.
So how many staff report to the commission?
The staff that report to the commissioner, these ones are the various directors.
Okay, I'll invite Ms. Fatuma to ask some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Onyango,
Yes, ma'am.
it is expected that the youth in the next general election will be a bigger percentage. If you happen to become a member of the Iebc, how would you meaningfully engage the youth and ensure their inclusion in the processes of the election?
Thank you, Madam Fatuma. One major area that the youth must be involved in the employment of temporary staff. We normally employ the youths so that they own the whole process. Now, secondly, the youths, when it comes to registration, we can offer some attractive, certain things that are attractive to the youth. We can use digital platform that are attractive to the youth so that we get them or talk to them or sensitize them on what they are supposed to do, like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, where we can do that in order to get their number. 3, we have to offer serious voter education to the youth so that they know their roles and rights or what they are supposed to do in an election.
In the recent youth protests,
Yeah.
we all realized that the youth don't like to be told, but rather to be listened. So how would you ensure that in the engagements?
Yeah, the engagement should be interactive in a way. Not that you force certain things on them, but you also listen to them. But you are also able to convince them that what is being offered is what is right. And you also listen to their part, their view of what they are saying. So they are not supposed to be belligerent, but rather they should be listened to. But you engage them in a kind of interactive session, a dialogue session. Then you offer your side of the story of what they are supposed to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nicodemus Bore, would you like to ask some questions, please? Kindly.
Yes, thank you very much, Jobando.
Thank you, Mr. Bor.
Yeah, you know, we are all aware of the high cost of election.
Yeah?
How will you ensure of fiscal prudence if you are given a chance to be a member of the commission?
Yeah, the high cost of elections come as a result of certain factors. Like when you talk about the technology, the KIEMs. But in other areas where I can ensure that we reduce the cost, I can talk about printing of ballot papers. I don't see the need why we can print the ballot papers outside the country when we are printing our currency locally. Despite the mistrust that is there, we can print the presidential ballot papers outside, but the other ballot papers can be printed locally. Then another area is what is called prescriptive legislation. There are certain legislation that can be administrative. For example, the number of voters in a polling station. It's not a must that it has to be capped by legislation. It can be done administratively. Then the commissioners can look at the various dynamics in various polling stations. Some of them can go higher, some of them can come down. Now, if you do that, we can reduce the cost by almost half. Then thirdly, Mr. Bore, most of the things have been bought in IEC and they are reusable. For example, polling booth, polling ballot boxes, and even lanterns. So it is better we take an inventory of what is there so that we only buy what is not there. That can also reduce, because if you blanket it, that is 65 billion, that is already a mistrust, because there are certain things that are already existing. It's only that we can take an inventory and know what is there and what is not there.
So, how many people will you recommend to be in a polling station?
It depends on the dynamics of those polling stations. There are one in the town center. The town center can go to up to 1,000. But in rural areas, vastly populated areas can come down.
How long does one person take to vote in an election?
Roughly is about, if it is prudently done, or if it is effectively done, then it should be two minutes.
Thank you very much. I wish you the best.
Thank you. Professor Adam Solo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Jobando.
Yes, Professor.
I want to ask you about election integrity in the digital era, since you entered at a time that we were transitioning into the digital era. So what is election integrity, and how best can Iebc ensure integrity of election results during the digital era?
Thank you so much. Digital can be used to gain trust in an election. We can use digital platform to identify voters. We can use ICT to identify voters. We can use digital platform to educate voters, or we can use digital platform also to interact with our voters. Now, what I mean by digital identification is that when a voter comes to vote, in fact, it limits a lot of malpractice. When the voter is identified digitally, then we prevent the area of malpractice, where a voter who did not turn up at the polling station can vote, or somebody can misuse a voter who has died to use his credentials to vote. So digital identification of voters is key as far as integrity of voters are concerned.
Thank you. Let me take you to another area, given your experience at Iebc. If you were made a commissioner, what would you do? Because there'll be a lot of pressure from politicians. What will you do if pressured to amend or threatened to amend party lists? Let me give you an example. Right now, there's already a debate on the replacement of John Badi. Ideally, it should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But there's contestation over who will be the replacement.
Yeah.
And we've heard of so many times in which parties sent party lists, and then after they have been gazetted, again, there's a request that change this to this. You've been there.
Yeah,
What would you do?
thank you so much, Professor. Professor, there was a reason why the party list was supposed to be submitted to the Iebc 45 days to election. And once it has been submitted, it cannot be amended. Because there were certain things that we are trying to avoid the misuse of that list, or to avoid the people who contested to come back and say that after losing, then they say that they also want to be in the party list. So the party list, as it is, we have to stick to the law. It's 45 days to election, and it cannot be amended. Now, when we come to the question of party body, I think it's no-brainer, just as you have said, the next person should take over in the party list to replace Mbadi.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. Do you have some two small questions?
Sure. Bwana Jobando,
Yes, Professor.
who is the current chair of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission?
NCIO.
Now, that's a very important organ.
Yeah, that's a very important
for
organ.
The work of IEBC, you know that.
Yeah, national integration.
But I can pass if.
Is another reverend.
Okay, your 30 seconds are over. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
In what circumstances can a presidential election be cancelled and a new one held?
Yeah, the first circumstance is when the first circumstance is when the election is found invalid, when the presidential candidate has died, and
Fine, that one you have answered.
or the
Another
deputy,
one?
the president or the deputy has died. Yeah.
Any other?
That one is one. Then, when there is no person who has been nominated, who has presented himself to be nominated, then it can be cancelled.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, George Onyango Jobando. We have appreciated speaking to you. I don't know whether you have any question or comment to make so that we can be able to come to a close.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much, the distinguished panelists, led by you, for having seen it fit that the people who have worked in the commission for so long, they have not been shortlisted to come and present themselves. So it's not something that we are taking for granted, that you have recognized that the people who started IIEC can also be commissioner. We offer a lot of gratitude in that area, and thank you so much for that area. I thank all the distinguished panelists for according me a fair hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. We have enjoyed listening to you and learning from your enormous experience in elections and the county government of Migori. Please do remember to pick your certificates. They will be at the door. The notebook is yours, the pen is yours, and even the water. Blessings to you.
Thank you.
Asante. Next candidate is Gideon Kipkoech Mutai. Can we have Gideon brought in, please? Alex, we are waiting for Gideon. Yeah, give them there. Please welcome and be seated. Yes, thank you. Mr. Mtai, thank you for applying for the position of Commissioner of IEBC, and congratulations for being shortlisted. We would like to have a brief interaction with you to just assess that your suitability for the position you applied for, having seen your impressive CV. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. I would like to invite other members to introduce themselves. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Na Bwana Kipkoech. Karibu. Naitwa Bwana Kipkoech Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Good morning, Mr. Mutai. Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Good morning, Gideon. My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Morning, sir. My name is Mr. Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Good morning, Mr. Mutai. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Good morning, Wakili Mutai. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the selection panel and wish to welcome you today.
Good morning, Mr. Mutai. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction.
Now we come to you, and briefly in 5 minutes, introduce yourself, highlight your profile, and why you think that you are suitable for the position of Commissioner at the IEBC. Indicate to us if you are a member of any professional society or group, and if you have received any award or honor. Please proceed.
I've been a lawyer for the last over 21 years. I'm also a certified professional mediator. I am a PPP professional. I'm also a legislative drafter. So I started my practice in the firm of Cherule and Company Advocates in 2003 in Kericho. And during my time in the law firm, I did litigation, succession matters, a lot of pro bono work. And at that point also, I was elected as a LSK representative secretary of the local branch, South Rift branch at that time. And at that time, I did a lot of public awareness on legal issues. I even had a program on a local radio station, Radio Njili, on Know Your Law. So I could, on every Thursday, talk to the public on issues of law, even in the local language. At that point also, in 2005, I was awarded by the Law Society of Kenya Council a certificate for the outstanding commitment to the betterment of the society and membership. And also, in that same year, I was appointed to the first Young Lawyers Committee of the Law Society, representing the larger Rift Valley. So I really contributed to the betterment of the society. During also the annual general conference in 2006 also, I was awarded also a certificate for the outstanding commitment to the betterment of the society and the membership. I also contributed a lot to the public. Even during the time after the election, post-election, there was this Commission on Work report. When the panel retreat, you may have a look at page 154. I did a report to that commission on what really transpired within the Kericho area, because the commission was not able to come to Kericho. So in 2000,
this is which report?
The work report.
Oh.
Yeah, page 154. there is a report. That was the report that came from from Kericho. Yes. So in 2009, there was a vacancy at the state law office. I decided that it was enough time for me to now join the government to provide public service, to join the public service. I did apply to the state law office, to the Department of Treaties and Agreements. However, upon joining, at that point of time, there was need for devolved legal services to the ministries. They needed close. So I was posted to the Ministry of Cooperatives as a state counsel. I was there 2011, the permanent secretary in the ministry seconded me to the tribunal to provide services there to support the members of the tribunal, cooperative tribunal. I did my work there, supporting, organizing programs. And in 2012, another opportunity arose at the Circle Societies Regulatory Authority, which is a financial regulator similar to CBK. So I did apply. They needed a legal officer. I went through the aptitude test and I was taken in into 2012. So 2012, I was there up to 2014. Another opportunity arose at the county government of Kericho. I applied and I was taken in because at that point there was an issue of impeachment of the governor, and the Senate report recommended that the legal office should be revamped. So I saw an opportunity there, I applied, and I joined the county government, and I joined as a director of legal services up to the year 2020. The Senate saw it deemed to pass the Office of the County Attorney Act, and I transitioned to as the first county attorney of Kericho, where I've been to date. Thank you so much, Chair.
You went to BAM University. Have you had your documents confirmed by Q?
Oh, I believe that was an oversight, but
Okay.
I'll ensure that I do that.
Okay. So tell me, what are these skills that you want to bring to the IBC, other than what you have mentioned?
Okay, one of the skills share that I have, I'm a team player. I work well with a team. I'm also ethical. I believe I'm ethical. I believe in doing the right thing. And also, as I said, I'm a certified professional mediator. I'll ensure that there is working synergy. There is a dispute resolution within the commission. We've seen that there's been a lot of issues that has arose in the past in the commission. I'll be one of the people to bring peace within the commission, between the staff and the commission. Yeah, even in the Bible, Gideon was a man of peace. I'll be able to bring peace to the commission. This will give credibility to the voter. You know, first we need to ensure that we have a credible commission which is respected by Kenyans. First, that is my first priority. Are we working as a team? Are we respecting the protocols? Do we respect the chair of the commission? That is the first thing. We need to respect each other as commissioners. We need to respect the duties of everyone, from the CEO to the staff. Ensure that there is working synergy. I'm also flexible. I can work extra hours to deliver on an assignment. I believe I still have the energy to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mutai,
Thank
the
you.
law requires that the IBC deploy the use of technology progressively.
Yes.
Accordingly, the IBC has been using technology in 2013, 2017, and 2022. What, in your view, were the successes that IBC achieved by using technology, and what can be done to improve technology moving forward?
Okay, I believe technology is currently the way to go. And in the year 2013 was the first time that the technology was employed, and it gave a big stride to issues of voter registration and even tallying and delivery of elections. In fact, that was part of the Curricular Commission recommendation that there is need to really employ technology. So we still need, the issue now is how was it procured? Did we really have a test run on this technology? Because we need to ensure that this technology really works. Because for me, when as a commissioner now, I will ensure that we even have a test run of a real election. Because before you do an exam, you need to do a mock exam. Have we been able to test this technology in all extreme conditions? Are they waterproof? In a place where it's like a ritual, it's raining a lot, what if it rains on these machines? So we need to really test and have experts really testing it. We have experts in the Ministry of ICT. Have they really tested it? Is it credible enough? But I believe technology is the way to go. We need to employ it progressively and to the international standards. But I believe we can't do anything without technology. It needs progressive improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Mutai. What I hear you saying is what needs to be done to improve the technology.
Yes.
I have not heard you say how IBC succeeded, or what are the challenges, or what are the issues that IBC faced in the deployment of technology. I hear you on what needs to be done to improve it. So let's go back, a step back, and explain to us where were the failures, what were the successes that IBC achieved in deployment of technology.
One of the successes is that you cannot have a duplication of registered voters because you take the biometrics. So it only deals with the fingerprints, so that is why you cannot duplicate. And also it becomes faster for conveying the results. That is also another plus. And technology also, you can keep a lot of information in data form. Those are part of the successes of technology.
What was the problem with the technology insofar as its security was concerned? What are the challenges there? What are the issues there?
With the technology that was deployed, it had some failures. There is a time that they had to use the manual. It had some failures, breakdowns, which had to really make the official to revert back to manual. Yes.
What are the issues on its security? How safe was the system, for example? Any idea?
No, I have no idea, because I think I've never been able to, I have never worked with IBC, and I believe I'll be the fresh face in IBC as a commissioner, but at least what I understand or what I've gotten to know is that there has to be, you know, in technology, there has to be security levels. There has to be kind of security levels. So I believe, so I'm not sure whether the required international standard of the security levels were there.
Thank you, Mr. Mutai. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I ask Ambassador Koki Muli to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Wakili Mutai, are you sure that technology was first used in 2013 elections?
I believe that was the first time that the real technology was used.
Okay. Let me ask you, you have told my colleague that you have not worked at IEBC,
Yes.
so you are bringing a freshness to the commission.
Yes.
But I know you have voted before.
I have voted.
You have, very good. So what election officials are found in a polling station, and what role do they play? Election officials specifically.
Okay, in a polling station you have the clerks, you have the returning officers, you have the presiding officers.
How many are they, the ones that work for IEBC at the polling station?
They're around 10 to 14. Yes.
So what do they do?
Some of them, you know, when you get to the polling station, you are received, you are identified. They check at the registry. They check at the register whether your name is there. Then they check your biometrics, and then you are given the voting materials.
Thank you. 10 to 14, that's a lot of people, and it's very expensive. Why is it necessary to have all these people in a polling station?
I believe when technology was introduced, it was supposed to minimize the number of the staff, because that is the reason of technology. Technology, you can have one person handling several parts of a technology, unlike the manual. So I believe it is time that we look at the way of reducing and employing more technology. Yeah, maybe training of staff of the IBC.
Can technology hand out to you voters ballot papers? How do you employ technology to reduce the number?
You employ technology by having one person handle the biometric machine, the technology, and then the issue of handing over will be another person. Then we have the head of that polling station.
So 3.
Minimum, yeah, around 3 to not more than 5 should be there.
Thank you very much, Wakili, and all the best,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask FCP Etanui to ask you some questions. FCP, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I ask you my question, I haven't seen your KCSE certificate.
Oh.
Yes, explain to us.
Okay, I believe maybe it was supposed to be part of the documents. Maybe I did include it.
But it's been confirmed, it's not that part of your documents. So you have it.
I'll get it.
But
I have it.
you have it.
Yes.
So I think you share with us.
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question is on independence and oversight. And IBC should always be seen to be independent or must act independently, while at the same time being accountable to Parliament and the public. So as a commissioner, if considered for that position, how would you balance the two responsibilities of independence and oversight? Thank you.
Yeah, IBC, even the first word of IBC is independence. It is a constitutional body which should act independently, although it should be able to collaborate with other stakeholders. It needs to engage these stakeholders because the independence is on its decision-making, its operation. However, IBC will always need finances, budgetary approvals from Parliament. That's why they are interdependent with other agencies. They will need approval of their budget from the National Assembly. The oversight is on the National Assembly. We have also the executive and the judiciary. They need also to be collaborating with IBC in terms of stakeholder. However, it should be independent in its decision-making and it is mandate.
Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mutai,
Thank you.
you were made a commissioner of IPC.
Yes.
You are saying you should do the test at the field to see whether the equipments are being affected by the lane, or you'll make provisions to look at the specs before you do the order of the equipments. Which is which? Are you saying you'll buy, and once you have them now, you test them in the field?
Yes. First of all, we'll have to do the specs. The procurement process, we have to do the specs, and then the experts in matters ICT will have to ensure that the specs are there. It has to be procured. But now when it gets to the commission, what needs to happen is test runs. You need to ensure that it is able to perform. You even need to time the time taken in relaying the data. Yeah, this needs to. You can even do it around the country, all over the country.
But I'm saying, you have already procured.
Yes.
You already have them here. Now, what is more important? Is it to check the specs before you procure, or you procure then you go to the field to test whether the rains can affect this equipment? That's the question I was asking you.
Yes, because
if you realize that already you have already done the procurement, if you do the test run in the field and you realize the rains are affecting this equipment, you want to say now that's the time you take them back, or you take precaution and ensure that the specifications are done before you do the actual procurement?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, it is true that specs needs to be done before the procurement. And even the test run is also done before it is really procured. But now I'm talking about the test runs now from every tallying center in the county. And also that is why you will be also having your officers really use the equipment. So I believe we need to also do the test runs, because the test runs must have been done before the person who was selling out that machine gave it to the IBC. But now the commission needs to do its own independent test runs, so that while you are doing the real election, there should not be any excuses.
From where you sit, could you please mention one of the recommendations from the Judge Joan Krieger Commission, particularly related to the way the election management body should relate with the political parties?
Yeah, one of the Krieger recommendation was the issue of having a political liaison committee. This is a committee that will be able to relate with the electoral body, political parties, and the voter, or even the legislature, the oversight authority. So this was a liaison committee. This was one of the important recommendations from the Krieger Commission.
Thanks so much. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Evans. I want to ask Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mutai, fake news and disinformation could damage the electoral process. And how would you mitigate that if you are to be an IEB commissioner?
Yes, thank you for that. As an IBC commissioner, we need to strengthen the communication of the commission. We need to have a policy on how we communicate our policies or our statements, because you might find that some people will turn what was the commission statement into a negative thing. So I believe we need to have a strong policy on communication. We need to be doing regular press conferences, and we ensure that we have a strategy on how we do it. We have the chair giving press releases, regular press releases on behalf of the commission.
The damage is already out there, let's say.
Yes.
There's this information that's not correct, that's roving, that could be having impact in the process. How would you handle?
You need to issue press releases. You need to rectify or give the correct position, either in all the media, the written media or the TV station. You need to clarify the correct position of the commission.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Bwana Nicodemus Bore, ask some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Gideon, what are some of the guiding principles of leadership and integrity under Article 73?
Thank you for that question. Impartiality, accountability, you need discipline. You also need to financial prudence, not to use public resources for wrongly. Yeah, you need non-discrimination, public service.
Given the chance to be a commissioner, how will you apply them in the IEBC?
I will apply by ensuring that everyone within the commission complies with that, the code of conduct. They need to sign it, and also ensure that there is ethical behavior within the commission. That is important, doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Professor Adam Salo, please, will you ask some questions?
Thank you, Chair. Baramtai,
Yes, Prof.
you are an attorney.
Yes.
What is your understanding of the oath of office and consequences of breach?
The oath of office is an oath taken as a statutory declaration to perform the duties in line with the Constitution and with the Leadership and Integrity Act, to ensure that you respect the Constitution and also what appertains to your office that you've been sworn into. And consequences that will be going against Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Very well. You have, since 2014, been working as the county attorney for Kericho County. That's more than a decade, yeah?
Yes.
What relevant experience do you think you will bring to the IEBC if appointed as a member from your current office?
From my current office, I joined in as a director of legal services and then transitioned to the office of the county attorney. I have had experience of also working with two governors. One went for 2 terms, and I ensure that they work according to the law. I've been able to balance working with the county assembly and also the executive. You need to have you need to be able to understand both arms of government. You need to also be able to lobby for your policies at the county assembly. I've been also a legislative drafter. I've been able to draft some laws. In fact, as a commissioner, if given this opportunity, I'll be chairing the legal committee, where I'll be able to identify any policy change or where there is need for an amendment. Because using my legal background, I might not be a technical person because we have the Director of Legal Services. But for me, in line with the committees at the commission, I'll be able to chair the legal committee and ensure that we have the good policies and laws in the commission. That is one of my skills.
How are you sure that if you are appointed a commissioner, you are the one who will chair the legal committee?
Because that is where my skill is predominant.
And if there is another lawyer?
Then I'll be able to serve in any other committee, but I'll be willing to support. We will be working as a team, collective responsibility.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Do you want to ask some questions, please?
Sure. Baramtai.
Yes, Prof.
What does the acronym SADC, SADC stand for, and where is its headquarters located?
SADC, I believe it is the...
We can always...
South African Development Corporation in South
Just
Africa.
say it clearly.
South African Development
Okay, where is it headquartered?
South Africa.
Okay. Name any 3 prevalent election offenses or crimes in Kenya.
Duplication, double registration, destruction of election material, undue influence, bribery, misinformation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gideon, did you receive an invitation for the interview?
I did receive, Chair.
And did you see the advertised invitation?
I did.
Why didn't you bring an equation of your certificates from Q?
Oh, I think it was, I concentrated on the Chapter 6 documents, but I'll endeavor to get it.
You know that the appointment for a commissioner requires somebody who has a bachelor's degree as the
Yes.
primary entry.
I do understand.
So how do we assess your qualifications in this case?
Yeah, because I've been, I went through the Kenya School of Law, through the postgraduate program. I was admitted to the bar in Kenya, and I believe at that point my documents were clearly authenticated, and I've been a lawyer since then.
So you didn't think that our request to you was not serious
No,
in that case?
It is serious. It is serious.
Okay, do you have any comment to make or question to ask kindly?
I just want to say that I'm privileged to be before this esteemed panel, and I don't have anything. I want just to say God bless you and God bless Kenya, because we need a united Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and blessings. Please, your certificates are here, and pick your notebook and pen. And if you like to have some water, you can also pick the water. Thank you very much, and blessings to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in another 3 minutes, we will pick Godfrey Ninito Lemiso. 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. In 5 minutes, thank you.
Good morning, Godfrey. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interactive session.
Now, Mr. Lemiso, we would like you to introduce yourself to us, a brief profile of yourself, detailing why you think you're suitable for this position and from where you have come, and indicate if you have any honors and if you're a member of any professional group. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by thanking you, Chair, and the panel for inviting me to this interview. Chair, my name is Godfrey Lemiso, and I'm a son of two counties. I come from Narok and Kajiado counties, but for purposes of this exercise, Chair, I come from Kajiado. My ID reads Kajiado County. Chair, I have a bachelor's degree from Kenyatta University. I graduated in 1995. I also possess a Master of Arts degree in Peace and Justice Studies from the University of San Diego, California, USA. Chair, in terms of trainings, I've undergone numerous trainings over the years that I believe have prepared me sufficiently to handle this particular assignment. Chair, I've been trained on project management and project monitoring and evaluation. I believe that these two skills will come in handy in the Commission. Chair, I've also undergone a leadership training. I've undergone mwongozo. I've undergone geospatial training in data management, and I believe this particular skill will also come in handy during boundary delimitation. Chair, I've undergone peace building and conflict resolution training. I have undergone paralegal training. I'm a paralegal worker. Chair, I've also undergone training on negotiation, as well as I mentioned peace building. Chair, and as far as my career development is concerned, Chair, I started off as a trained teacher. Thereafter, I was employed by the Catholic Diocese of Ngong as a lands officer, and basically I used to process title deeds, attend land control boards, and coordinate survey work. Thereafter, Chair, I was given another position as a Justice and Peace Program Coordinator. And in the context of the Catholic Church, and I'm sure there are Catholics here, the Catholic Justice and Peace Commission deals with issues of human rights, civic education, elections, particularly voter education, voter mobilization, and election observation. Justice and Peace Commission also deals with peace building, advocacy, and land rights, to mention but a few. Chair, I did that work for about 10 years while I was working for the Catholic Diocese of Ngong. Chair, towards 1997 elections, there was a national project that was funded, I think, by NDI, National Democratic Institute. And this particular project aimed at deploying election observers in all polling stations across the country. Chair, I happen to be the focal person for Narok and Kajiado counties. And Chair, I coordinated recruitment, training, deployment, and accreditation of election observers in all polling stations in Narok and Kajiado counties. And I think, Chair, that's the first time the electoral bag beat me. Although earlier I had participated as a registration officer and registration officer during ECK. Chair, at around 2001, there was yet another national project, this time round that was coordinated by, it was called KEDOP, Kenya Domestic Election Program, and it was under the auspices of IED, I remember, and then the Catholic Justice and Peace Commission, ECK. And Chair, again, I was the focal person for the two districts, Kajiado and Narok, And again, I deployed, I coordinated training, accreditation, and deployment of election observers again in all the polling stations in the 2 districts. At around the same time, Chair, because we were approaching 2005, and remember we had the first referendum. Chair, we had a project that was called Iebc. It was a national program that was meant to carry out civic education across the country. That time the clarion call was the Kenya we want. And again, Chair, I was the focal person again for Kajiado and Narok districts. And we did a lot of civic education. We worked with churches. I remember we even had Muslims. We worked with churches, women groups, youth groups. We worked with civil society organizations. And that was towards now the 2005 elections. Chair, it was during that time that the American embassy officials noticed my work, they recognized my work. I was very hardworking, and I was actually given a scholarship to go to the US to undertake my master's degree. That was a Fulbright scholarship. So, Chair, I am a Fulbright scholar. Chair, I went to the US, came back, and when I came back, I joined a World Bank funded project that was called Early Runs Resource Management Project as a conflict management officer. And I did a lot of peace building work in northern Kenya, because during that time, northern Kenya was a bit, the conflicts were coming, there was drought and over grass, water. And I was taken there to carry out peace building work. I remember I worked with organizations like Oxfam. I collaborated with the UNDP and the provincial administration. Chair, at this juncture, I want to recognize my mentor in this field. Although she died, Madam Deka Ibrahim, she really mentored me, and I really did a lot of work in the North. And whenever I visit the North, Chair, I still find, elders doing peace work, courtesy of the training I offered then. Chair, later I joined the UNDP in the same sector, peace building sector. And come 2010, Chair, I was beaten by the election bug again, and I left UNDP and I joined IIEC, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, this time as a manager, electoral planning and logistics. Chair, after that, we embarked on preparation for the 2010 referendum, and my role was preparation of the referendum operation plan. Chair, we executed the referendum. I was the one who distributed all the materials, including ballot papers for the referendum. And then after that, we embarked on assisting the commission to craft the regulations, the Iebc Act, and the Elections Act. Chair, I am proud because during that time, I'm the one who actually proposed the commission the different colors of the ballot papers. The white for president, the blue for governor, the yellow for senator, the green for the National Assembly, the purple for the women rep, and the beige for the MCA. So after that, Chair, we executed again the 2013 elections very well. I distributed all the materials, including the ballot papers. And Chair, in 2013, we did not have emergency airlifting of ballot papers at all. I made sure that all the ballot papers went to the specific constituencies. Chair, after that, I've been involved in many things. I've assisted, because I resigned from the commission, but I've assisted political parties in conducting nominations. I assisted the Jubilee Party to conduct the 2017 elections, party primaries, and I also assisted the UDA party to conduct the party primaries in 2022. Chair, I've served as a board member at Early Waterworks Development Agency, and also as a chair of Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. Chair, let me mention that before I conclude, I'm currently the chair of REDEC, Rural Electrification, and as a chair, I must point out that I have managed to stabilize that organization. Chair, we did a new strategic plan. We launched it in 2023. And Chair, I must say that REDEC is now stable. We were able to turn around the period the projects are done. Initially, it used to take a long, but now at least 2 months. 2 months the projects are ready. Chair, I've also facilitated because the CEO and the general manager's chair, we made sure now that it signed the performance contract so that at least as they try to work, they also remember that the board is watching because they've signed performance contracts with us. Chair, I have international exposure. I've worked for, well, I was in the US. I worked
I'd like
for...
you now to focus more on what you bring to the IEBC, because you've been going for about 8 minutes now. I'd like you to focus on what is it that you bring.
Thank you, Chair. I am a practitioner. I am an election practitioner. I've done elections. I've conducted elections, Chair, and therefore elections are not new to me. If it's about induction, Chair, I know what the materials are. I know strategic materials. I know non-strategic materials. I know the polling stations. Chair, I was also involved in boundary delimitation, and therefore I know boundary delimitation is pending. I've done geospatial data management, and therefore I think I'll come in handy even when the commission is undertaking boundary delimitation. Chair, I did mention that I've done project management. I've done monitoring and evaluation. When you're undertaking, when you are executing the election operation plan, Chair, it's more or less like you're undertaking project management. And therefore, those skills will also come in handy when I'll be executing the election operation plan. Okay. Chair, I also have a passion for elections. I said I started dealing with elections during ECK time.
When did you leave IEBC?
I left IEBC in 2017.
What were the reasons of departure?
I resigned on my own volition. Okay. I did a resignation letter.
Okay, thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here. Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
So you have been involved in the conduct of elections in the past. So the law requires the IBC to make sure or to progressively deploy the use of technology in electoral processes. In your opinion, and should you become successful and become a member of the IBC, apart from the KIMS kit, what other areas can technology be deployed to enhance the electoral management in Kenya?
Thank you very much. Apart from the KIMS kit, there are several other areas, and I'll start with the commission itself. During registration of candidates, ICT, the commission deploys candidates registration system. There is another one, the resource transmission. There is BVR for voter registration. There is a resource transmission and the voter registration.
And that's the technology IBC is currently using, you know, in the KIMS system that is caters off from the voter registration to the voter identification to the transmission of results. So we are asking, in addition to that, which other areas can IBC tap into and deploy technology in management of elections?
Thank you. I'll go to my area of specialization, that is logistics. And I've been wondering, because if you consider Maersk the biggest shipping company, when they are shipping goods, those goods can be tracked from China, Shanghai, to the port of Mombasa. And then when we are distributing ballot papers in this country, we find ballot papers for constituency X ending up in constituency Y. So for me, I think I'll insist on an ICT solution to ensure that ballot papers are distributed on in good time. We are able to track them along the way and also ensure that they reach the polling stations intact and in good time also. Number two, that is one. Chair, again, in elections, the materials, they are they are brought, they are supplied in bulk. So I want to see an IT solution that will assist the commission. Even when they are distributing materials, they know that these pens will end up in constituency X, these others will go to this other constituency, just to bring on board ICT so that we make this process easier. Again, Chair, Madam, sorry, when you're doing boundary delimitation, I think it's important that we incorporate the latest ICT solutions so that we also minimize on the time that it takes to do boundary delimitation.
What in your view is that recent technology for boundaries delimitation? What is it?
Geospatial? ArcGIS? We have ArcGIS, we have geospatial. Yes.
What about voter education? Anything that technology can help with?
Voter education, dissemination of information. I'm thinking of the youth because the youth are tech savvy, and if we can leverage on technology to carry out voter education, we can even do use WhatsApp, we can use TikTok, we can use Facebook to carry out voter education. And then there is this question of misinformation. I think we also need to look into that and leverage on ICT so that at least we also minimize and I'm thinking of these algorithms because that one works to solve problems. We can use it in voter education.
Thank you, Mr. Lemiso. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
What do you mean by algorithms?
These are computer-based solutions that are used to solve computer problems.
So how will we use computer problem solutions called algorithms to
They can be used, especially when you are dealing with misinformation. They can be used to correct the information that goes out to the public.
I want to ask Koki to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and karibu tena, Mr. Lemiso. You indicated that you have worked for the IEBC since IIEC and then IEBC since 2010. Have you undergone any training related to elections while you are in the IIEC, transitioned to IEBC until 2017? That's like 7 years?
Yes, we underwent many internal trainings. The first time we joined the commission, we were taken through, because again, I was fresh. I had not conducted election logistics, and therefore internally the commission exposed us, it trained us internally.
Thank you. I am asking that because most of the candidates who have been at IEBC since 2010 have a lot of certificates, but I see you have not included any on that training. Nevertheless, can you name 3 broad phases of the electoral process?
The pre, during, and after. Pre, you do voter education. You also do mobilization. You do the proposals. During
Mobilization of what?
the
Mobilization of?
of resources. You do mobilization of resources during pre. You do the budgeting. During, you conduct the elections. You do voter registration. After, you do post-election evaluation. And the cycle now goes back.
Okay. Why is the electoral process operationalized in an electoral cycle? What is the rationale?
Pardon?
Why is the electoral process, all these activities you are mentioning in different phases, why are they operationalized in an electoral cycle with those phases that you mentioned? What is the rationalization for that?
Because elections is continuous. It does not start and end, it is continuous. When you start with voter education, you move to registration of voters, you go to elections, and then you do the reports. Then again, it's a cycle. It goes round. Elections is not an event. It's a number of things, and they keep on changing and repeating themselves.
Thank you very much. Lastly, does the voter registration affect the outcome of the election?
It affects the outcome of elections in a very big way. One, because the results of elections, the people who participate in the elections must be registered in the first place. For you to vote, you must be in that register of voters. I think the issue also of the turnout is also important, because it's only the people who are in the register that can be counted and said to have turned out, so that the percentage of the people who have participated can be established.
Thank you, Mr. Lemiso, and all the best. Chair, thank you.
Very much. I ask FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Lemiso, you told us you participated in the boundaries delimitation. Specifically, what was your role in that process, in the current boundaries that we have?
Thank you. That's a good question. The process of boundary delimitation was started earlier by Independent Boundaries Delimitation Commission. It was independent interim Independent Boundaries Commission. It started that work, and then it lapsed, their term lapsed. And then that function was transferred to Iebc to complete. And therefore, in that process, we did a stakeholder engagement. And we also, because we did the geospatial training, we also assisted the commission in determining, because there are so many memorandums from the communities, from constituencies, from the wards. So we were actually now looking at those memorandums and advising the commission.
But is it true that the boundaries, whatever out of the public participation, those boundaries as delimited by IBRC were never changed? They were upheld.
They were upheld?
Upheld, yes, despite the memoranda.
Chair, that was the role of the commission. You were...
No, IBRC,
yes.
IBC took over, but the work, most of the work had been done. Actually, all the work had been done by IBRC, but you are validating. And during the public
yes, and we went for public participation.
Yes.
Actually, I remember I went to Marsabit. And
but what I'm saying is that the boundaries determined by IBRC were never changed, even arising from that.
By and large.
By large.
By and large.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Okay. Now let's move to my question on accountability. in public institutions, and you've shared with us that you've been the chair of REREC. For how long have you been the chair of REREC?
Since 2023,
Yeah,
April.
but you've also been a board member.
Yes.
To what extent is the Mwongozo Code of Governance applicable to IEBC, in the governance of IEBC?
Thank you. That's a good question. It's actually applicable not just to IBC, but to private sector. Because it talks about governance, it talks about the role of boards, and when I reflect, it's also the role of commissioners. Like they are supposed to have teamwork, consensus, and all that. So if you read it, you read the Mwongozo, you remove the word board and put the commission, it fits very well. Even the board committees, because in the board, maybe you have about 4. In the commission, there are many. But the way, the manner those boards, the committees operate is the same manner the commission committees operate.
Now, if you look at it clearly, the Mwongozo Code is for state corporations, isn't it? And board members of state corporations are appointed on a part-time basis. They are supposed to meet on a quarterly basis. But commissioners are full-time. They are reporting 8 to 5. So how would you marry the two? How does this code, which is specific to part-timers who meet on a quarterly basis, who only provide strategic directions, but here are commissioners who are full-time, and they have a secretariat, not even management, unlike for the board?
I said the commission can borrow from Mwongozo. And of course, I know the directors are not there permanently, but we can borrow from Mwongozo. Issues of governance, issues of procurement, because IBC depends on Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. The same applies to the boards, the state corporations. But now that difference of the boards being temporary and not being full-time does not really affect the Mwongozo. And according to me, the commission can borrow a lot from Mwongozo.
So specifically, you can specify to us, what are those specifics that you can borrow now and implement at specifically on governance?
The governance, the role of the board, this oversight role of the board is the same as the oversight role of the commission. The issues like conflict management, I think the issues of consensus building, because the issues of team building, those ones, the board, the commission really needs those ones, and they are amplified in the Mwongozo. Meetings, also the way the boards are constituted, I know that's not the way the commissions are constituted, but at least we can still borrow the way meetings are handled at the board level and at the commission level.
But how many meetings as a commissioner is supposed to have at IBC?
I think they determine their own meetings, but for the board, we have 4, at least quarterly meeting, and other small special meetings, which we must seek authority or concurrence from the ministry.
Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Evans Misati to ask you some questions, please. Evans.
Thanks so much, Chair. Remiso, as we are trying to understand your suitability in terms of understanding the IPC governance, please tell this panel your understanding of the activities that can be done with the core resources of IPC and the specific activities that cannot be done by the donor support?
Thank you very much. When it comes to donor support, I think the first thing I'll ask myself is whether there are strings attached in that particular support. And therefore, there are very specific activities that you cannot allow the donors to support. I'll encourage donors to support voter education, for instance. I'll encourage donors to support the publication of materials, the manuals. I'll encourage donors to support awareness, but I'll not allow donors now to come in and conduct the core business. I mean, even to procure ballot papers for the commission, you cannot allow that. To procure strategic materials for the commission, you cannot allow that. And I think they can also support stakeholder engagement, so long as the agenda is known.
What are the risks you associate with that?
I did point out that in the beginning, the hidden agenda, you don't know why the donors come in, you don't know the agenda. And then, of course, the legal framework of the country, you don't know whether it really fits in our legal framework. And then the issue of sustainability, it's risky if you take in their proposals, let's say, for instance, ICT, and they are not compatible with ours. So you have to be very clear and also identify the risk involved in now the entire process.
Good, good. So the last question I'll ask you is related to boundary limitation and looking at the time that we have before the 2027 general elections. Do you think it's practically possible for us to carry out boundary limitations in view of the period that is remaining, and then give your reasons for both scenarios, when we are able to do it and when we are not able to do it?
Thank you. That's a good question. Let me appreciate that we ought to have concluded that process by March of 2024, last year. And I'll say right now, the legal framework does not allow, because we only have 2.5 years. Remember, it also stipulates that you can only do it 12 months. You can incorporate the changes 12 months before the elections. You cannot, and therefore the time frame is not with us. I didn't mention the legal, we say between 8 and 12 years. Again, it is tight, it is gone. That one is gone. We are not there. There is an opportunity because remember the NADCO report said it can actually be done with a resolution of parliament. So that resolution, I don't know when it will begin, but if we go the NADCO way, I think it can be done. But for me, I think the legal timelines are not with us. And again, it's a process. You know, the issue of stakeholder engagement, even involving the provincial administration, because constituencies are also sub-counties nowadays, involving community gatekeepers, is a whole process. And again, we don't have finances. It's a very expensive exercise, and I don't think currently we have finances for that. But again, as NADCO proposed, I think it is possible.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lemiso, would you please tell the panel how you'll be able to manage the risks while respecting the rights of content creators, since the phenomena of social media seems to often outspace IEBC communication?
Thank you. There are many risks with, that come with that. And I think the first thing, enforcement of the law, because the law is very clear. We have computer misuse law, it is there. So if we can really enforce the law, I think the social media space, if we can just redirect the misinformation to good information, I think it can also work, because what is happening is that there is a lot of misinformation. And then again, I think, in my opinion, if we can engage the companies, the social media companies, they can also assist us in redirecting those risks, so that at least we have a positive social media.
What do you have to say about monitoring real time?
Yes, when it comes to IEBC, I think it needs to come up with a unit, at least to be monitoring social media and correcting the misinformation. So IEBC needs to be ahead of the pack, so that at least it can correct any misinformation as it comes. So that unit needs to be there, so that they monitor social media real time and correct all the misinformation.
Since you mentioned your peace and conflict manager at some point, it's not necessarily all the time that there are competing interests between social media influencers or content creators and the communication team. How would you mitigate and create a collaborative way of working so that you take advantage of that social media space, even run by others, and also utilizing the space within your own communication strategy?
You are right, it's not always negative. I think there are positive aspects of social media. And when you look at communication, you can actually partner with them, so long as you know you have trained them, you have engaged them, you know exactly what you want, so that now instead of them giving that negative info, they give you what exactly you need as a commission.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Lemiso, you have indicated that you worked with IEBC for some time. There was a memorandum that has been brought to the attention of the Commission. I'm sure you have received the memorandum also. Have you received any memorandum?
From
the selection panel?
No. No, I've not received any. So far, I haven't.
Okay. So in the memorandum, they have one person has indicated the issue of the Kathy Kilonzo case. You are aware about it?
Kathy Kilonzo? Yes, I am aware.
Is it possible to tell these panelists what transpired and what came out of the case?
Thank you very much. Towards 2013 general elections, as manager, electoral planning and logistics, I facilitated distribution of 22 million voter acknowledgement slips. I distributed all other voter registration materials, including biometric voter registration materials, to all corners of this republic. Thereafter, I also coordinated distribution of general election materials, including ballot papers. After that, I was accused and taken to court for stealing an acknowledgement slip worth 5 shillings. And this was after distributing materials worth billions of shillings. I was taken to court and later interdicted by the commission. Thereafter, the court itself set me free. That was in 2019. The court closed the case, and I am now a free man, and I don't have any other case.
So now, because you worked as a logistic and manager in Iebc.
May I just follow up something before you ask your second question? Is lemisog@gmail.com your email address?
Yes,
When did you last check it?
this morning.
And you have not received any communication from the IBC
There is nothing in my inbox.
in your spam?
Chair, I did not check spam. I'm sorry, I did not. I don't normally check spam, but my mail, my inbox, I checked.
Okay, Koki?
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm something as a follow-up, your interview was rescheduled.
Yes,
And did you receive the notification for that rescheduling of the interview?
now, Chair, what happened?
It's a simple yes or no. Did you receive the notification for the
In my
rescheduling?
inbox, no.
Okay.
How did you receive that change?
There was an SMS that was sent to me, and it directed me to a portal, and I changed. But Chair, on Friday, a lady from, I think, Parliament called me,
Yes?
and they asked me whether I had received notification. I told her no, I have not received any notification. And she told me to check in spam. She sent again. She said she's sending again. And when I check spam, because you know you have to be very careful with spam, because sometimes it even has viruses. So when I checked, I opened that just where it was the top, because it has many. I opened just one, and that notification was there.
Okay, Bore, proceed.
So is between 2010 and 2017, you also served as the manager of the logistics at Iebc. What were your achievements during your tenure, and how do you intend to leverage on your experience if appointed?
Thank you. That's a good question. I did mention that we developed the strategic plan for the commission, the very first strategic plan for Iebc. I was heavily involved. Later, we also assist the commission in crafting the Elections Act and the election regulations. As manager of logistics, I must say that I did the 2013 logistics plan and distributed all the materials in good time. The ballot papers, the ballot boxes, and remember it was the first time we were conducting 6 elections in a day. So it was very difficult, and I think that experience I got at that time, I can bring it back to the commission, because let me just tell you this. Logistics is not evil. It is the backbone of the elections. And personally, I spent like weeks in the warehouse. I actually moved from Anniversary Towers to the Iebc warehouse. And I worked there 24 hours. I used to sleep maybe for 1 or 2 hours. And therefore, that experience, the experience I have, especially in the distribution of materials and the ballot papers, I think I want to bring it to the commission. Chair, I also did a lot of, I supported the regions in doing the trainings. I supported the regions in now going there and build their capacity in logistics, distribution of materials. I also train my people, because we have logistic officers up to constituency level. I also train them, and I want to bring that experience to the commission.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lemiso. I wish you all the best.
Professor Adams, please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Ninito Lemiso, you are Manager, Electoral Planning and Logistics, Iebc.
Yes.
Between when and when?
2010. I resigned in 2017.
So you were in position all those years?
No. I was in position, but because of the case that I mentioned earlier, I was interdicted in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, I stayed out, but I was still getting half salary. I stayed out until I decided to resign on my own volition.
You were interdicted between 2013 and when?
And 2017, when I resigned.
So what made you resign?
To be honest, I thought that the case was taking a bit long. I was getting half a salary. I had children to feed, to educate. I was not even getting house allowance. And I was loyal to Iebc, very loyal. And I thought that I cannot move out and do other funny things without notifying the commission. So I decided to resign so that I can engage in other issues.
So the court cleared you in 2019?
The court cleared me in 2019.
When you resigned, where did you go to work?
I did farming. I was also, I assisted the Jubilee Party in conducting the nominations, and they detained me there. The Jubilee Party detained me there.
It is in the public domain that there were allegations that the directors of Jubilee Party bungled the 2017 Jubilee Party nominations. Are you aware of that?
Thank you. Those were allegations. and they remain the allegations. We conducted the party primaries to the best of our ability.
Thank you. Godfrey Ninito Lemiso is charged, is interdicted, resigns, takes a position in Jubilee, conducts its nominations. Godfrey Ninito Lemiso comes back, wants to be an Iebc commissioner. On ethics and integrity and chapter 6, just tell the panel and Kenyans why that cycle of events should make us still feel that you meet chapter 6.
Thank you. I want to believe that I meet chapter 6 because, one, I went through the due process. I went to the due process of the court, and the court cleared me. So I am as innocent as any other person now. I went to DCI. They gave me a clearance certificate. So yes, there was that case, and I don't believe I did it. I was not involved. I wasn't involved. It is true, I resigned. Again, people change jobs, and you can't resign today and then come back, and it does not affect your integrity. I conducted the nominations for the Jubilee Party, and that was a job like any other job. And therefore, it does not affect my integrity in any way. And I'm no longer with them.
Very well. This country has experienced nearly 3 occasions from different reasons where commissioners have resigned and put the country in what you can call destabilizing positions insofar as election matters are concerned. So if this panel and the country have before them people who have never resigned from their jobs, leave alone the commission, why should the country and this panel consider somebody who has already resigned from Iebc, given that past experience of commissioners resigning and destabilizing the electoral process?
Thank you. I think taking that bold step to resign, not being forced out by force, I think in itself is gratifying. I mean, on my own volition, I decide to pave way for others. Then I think I was not forced out. I resigned myself.
I'm agreeing.
In order to do other things.
What I'm asking, what assurance are you giving Kenyans that if this panel makes you a commissioner, you won't resign again to go and do other things? That's all I'm asking.
Thank you. That's a good question. Yeah. Chair, I resigned because of circumstances. I resigned because of circumstances. And to be honest with you, that case, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, you have mouths to feed, you have children to educate, you are not getting house allowance, you're on half pay. What do you do? I was forced by circumstances to resign so that at least I pave way for others.
Thank you, Chair.
Carol?
Thank you, Chairman. Godfrey, I have a follow-up question. The case, Kathy Kilonzo and yourself, again, the Republic against you. Who withdrew the case?
Chair, the case was withdrawn by the Commission, IBC.
Okay. I've seen that you say the case was withdrawn pursuant to the provision of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Code, where the complainant can withdraw. So the IBC was the complainant in the case?
And the ODPP.
No, the ODPP ideally prosecutes, cannot be the complainant. So the complainant was the IBC, and it's the one that withdrew the case.
Yes.
Okay.
So it was not an acquittal.
I had something else, Chair, I forgot to ask. So the memorandum that allegedly you say you have not received, the person who raised the issue is questioning your integrity, and his concern is that during the span of that case, the Kathy Kilonzo and yourself case, you failed to attend court on several occasions whenever the case came up in court. They are concerned that that failure of yourself to attend court, occasioning the court to, to postpone the case or adjourn the case on every occasion that you missed court, delayed the court process, and they are questioning your suitability and your integrity. What do you say about that? First of all, did you fail to attend court on several occasions?
That's a good question. And I want to say that's a lie. That's a lie, and let me explain. It only happened once. I had a running stomach. I arrived in court very early, as usual, and I went to relieve myself, and by the time I was coming back, it was, I think, the first case, it was mentioned. And I remained in court until the end, and there was no warrant. And it only happened once.
The report we have is that the case, your attendance was missing on 2 occasions. On the, this is on the 5th of April, 2018, and this other one is on the 29th of May, 2018. On 2 different occasions. Were you unwell on those 2 different occasions?
I was the first one. I said I was in court. I only went out to relieve myself. And by the time I came back, I think my case was the first one, and I remained in court. Now, the second occasion, the court moved. I think there were some repairs or something, and it was moved. And there was no warrant because I never left the courtroom, without clarifying my position. I was always there. I attended the court 100%.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Thank you, Chairman.
Prof, do you have your last 2 questions, please?
Let's now take you away from the court cases to more familiar general issues of Kenya. Who is the chairperson of the National Land Commission?
Mutachi?
Does he have another name? Very well. We go to the next one. Which provision of the Constitution made Kenya a one-party state, and when was it repealed?
It was repealed in 1992.
And
Section 2A.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Do you have any question or comment to make?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, Chair, for the engagement. I really enjoyed the engagement, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and blessings to you. Remember to pick your certificates. They are at the door. The notebook is yours, and the pen. Please, blessings to you. Thank you. Bye. Okay, the next candidate is Grace Soprin. The second name is difficult. She'll tell us how to pronounce it, Mrule or something. And she can come. Eh? Amurle. Amrule. Amurle. Okay. Here it is. Let's have the candidate come, please. Welcome, Dr. Grace
Thank you, sir.
Soprin.
Yes, sir.
The second name is difficult. You will teach us how to pronounce it.
Amurle.
Amurle.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having you today. Thank you for responding to the invitation of Kenyans to have suitable candidates apply for the position of IBC Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
And congratulations for being shortlisted.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I chair this team, and I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Madam Amurne, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi na karibu.
Asante.
Madam, good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituku, a member of this panel.
Thank you, Carol.
Good morning, madam.
Morning.
Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam.
Morning.
Nicodemus Bore, a member of the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, and I'm a member of this panel. Welcome.
Thank you, Fatuma.
Good morning, Dr. Amurle.
Good morning.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the selection panel. Karibu sana.
Asante, Ambassador.
Good morning, Dr. Grace.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming. We would like you to take some time, 5 minutes, and tell us about yourself. Why do you think you're suitable for this position? Mention if you have any special awards or recognition, and if you belong to any professional group or society. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. First, I want to thank you and this panel for giving me an opportunity to present myself today for this interview. I appreciate. Secondly, my name is Grace Soprin Amurle, as you have mentioned. I come from West Pokot County, a county known for its hidden treasures. I am a strategic financial expert with over 30 years of experience in public and private sector, mostly NGOs. Chair, I have a PhD in business administration, a master's degree in business administration, and bachelor's degree in international business administration. Chair, I have worked, currently I'm actually a lead consultant in a consulting firm that we started last year, so it is still small, supporting small and medium-sized organization enterprises, strengthening their financial management systems, strengthening their governance. Equally, I sit as the chair of the Audit Committee of County Assembly of West Pokot, where I've been a chair since 2013. And in that role, as you all know, audit committees plays a critical role in ensuring good governance, accountability by county governments. In this position, Chair, we have improved, actually, together with the management of the county assembly, to bring good accountability to and transparency, and now moved the county from where it was, the county assembly, in its financial reporting, from getting a disclaimer, adverse, and even qualified accounts, to the current unmodified or a clean audit opinion in the financial year FY 2023-2024. I'm proud to have been part of that. Chair, as I sit as the chair of the Audit Committee of West Pokot County, with the support of the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, in these forums where it is building capacity for audit committees across the 47 counties and heads of internal audits. They formed a caucus because there is an issue of effectiveness of audit committees in the county governments, both at the county assembly and the executive. So there's a caucus that was formed, chaired by Honorable FCPA, Honorable Mwandengu, and through that caucus, one of the objectives or key activities is to carry out research on how can we make these audit committees become more effective as envisaged in the law and also in the Gazette Notice number 2690 with the guidelines on audit committee. I'm proud to be a part of that research team, currently together with the Council of Governors and the Iebc. We are putting up modalities on how to carry out that research that can improve and strengthen the governance of counties. Before that, Chair, I sat and had a privilege of working with the county government as the Chief Officer for Finance and Economic Planning Department. That is from 2021 to 2022, when the government changed over. In my position as a Chief Finance and Economic Planning, I brought about several transformations in that county. I came from the private sector, and therefore I actually realized with speed the kind of inefficiencies in the county itself. And therefore I transformed, improved systems, improved the way the county runs, brought about professionalism, code of conduct, ethics in the finance department, and actually encouraged the county to train its staff on code of conduct, because that is what I saw coming from the private sector, and it strengthened the management of the counties. In addition, I actually assisted the county to improve its expenditure on development. Having entered in February 2021, we only had 4 months to the end of the financial year. I instituted mechanisms, Chair, that enable the county reach close to 80% of spent by the end of the financial year. Chair, before that, and just to mention, through the efforts that I made in that 1.5 years, Chair, I was recognized and awarded the best chief officer in the county of West Pokot through the County Gala Awards of 2022. Before that, Chair, I worked at the African Economic Research Consortium for 16 years as a Chief Finance Officer. This is an international organization that actually builds the capacity of African researchers across Africa and networking with the universities and research institutions regionally and even outside to build capacity of people that can be employed by governments to strengthen the policy making at the government, economic policy at the government level. I was privileged to work as a top management team, improving and strengthening the governance of that institutions, and also leading in financial management of the institution, ensuring risk management processes are in place. Before working in AERC, I worked with an organization, also NGO. If you all know, there was an organization called Family Planning Association of Kenya. Now it has been branded to be called Family Health Options of Kenya. I worked there for 14 years. One of the key achievements I brought about, Chair, was the sustainability together with the team of the organization. When we came in, we actually looked ahead 10, 20 years from now. Where will this organization be without donor funding? Together with the team, we sought for support from the government to give us land to construct clinics and land to construct our own headquarters. Chair, we constructed buildings through support, through the government support of land, and through the partners. We constructed clinics in Eldoret, reproductive health clinics in Eldoret, Nakuru, Kisumu, Thika, and Meru, and in Nairobi as well. That organization, we left standing with good, sustainable, and good systems in place. Before that, Chair, I first joined the government as my first employer in 1980, where I was grounded actually in all this, in the financial management systems and accounting for 8 years. In those periods, the government sponsored me for my CPA 1, CPA 2, and CPA 3. And by the time I was finishing CPA 3, I think I was awarded the best student or candidate in auditing 2, one of the papers. And I remember Deloitte and Touch that time, known as Deloitte Touch, giving me an award of the same. And I think in my papers, you will see an acknowledgement and appreciation by the Chief of Accounting Services. Thank you, sir, in brief. And also to say I grew up in West Pokot. That is where I got my first education up to my Form 4 level, where I got a Division 1. Thank you, sir.
Are you a member of ISPAC?
Yes, I'm a member of ISPAC, okay. And I'm a member of ISACA as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Caroline?
Thank you, Chair, and well done, Grace, for all the work that you're doing. The good job that you've done thus far. So back to the mandate of IBC in regard to conducting and supervising elections. So what are some of the barriers that women experience in electoral processes? And should you be successful and become a member of the IBC, how can you address those barriers? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. We've witnessed several issues that affect women during election processes. Right from the conduct of voter registration, during voting itself, and probably after. The Constitution is very clear and gives us IBC the mandate to ensure that there's inclusiveness in the electoral process, to ensure that women and those who are underprivileged from marginalized places and people with disabilities there should be policies and processes on how to manage and ensure that they get equal representation and equal opportunities, starting from even registration. So women, first information must reach to women. So when we are doing voter education, do we have targeted approach to reach women? Not women even in the rural areas. Women who are actually do not have time, they are running about trying to make ends meet with their families, they are in farms. What education, how do we reach them? Right from our education, when we are doing voter education. So we must have strategies targeting those individuals. How do we reach them? How do we use media? How do we use the local infrastructures that we have in place, including up to Nyumba Kumi, to reach women right from their places? And number two, during election, how do we make sure that women are protected, those who are vying for seats and also those who are just coming to vote? How do we make sure they are not harassed and they have easy access to these polling stations and even given priority when they are voting in the line? Some of them have children and they have children to go and take care of. Do we have policies in place? How can we strengthen those policies in IBC to ensure that these provisions in the law are actually we actualize them? And even after the election itself, we need to carry out an audit and ask ourselves, 2022 elections is past. How did we handle women? Have we heard from them? Have we heard from them? Can we even hear from them? What have been some of their challenges? Did we reach them? Can we address those right from information that we have done in monitoring and evaluation? Have we done that monitoring and evaluation to reach women and we hear them, so that we use that information even to strengthen our policies, to strengthen our regulations, so that we can reach more women? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Just a follow-up, a quick one, and with 2 minutes or under 2 minutes. What's one of the biggest barriers women experience in the electoral processes is cultural, gender stereotypes, and how culture comes in to disenfranchise them or sometimes to inhibit their right to participate in the electoral processes, both as candidates and as electorates. So what, in your view, should be done to address the gender issues that women experience during the electoral processes?
Thank you, Madam. I will go back to education, not just education of the women, but education of the communities. Because these are the communities who have stereotyped women, like they cannot even vie, they should not, as women. Like from the communities where we come from, some of us, women are seen as people who cannot rule or oversight. You see, they should just be in the farms and at home. So how do we sensitize the community, the men? And the men, how can we reach out to those men with those kind of negative scenarios where they think women should just not even fight for MCA, fight for. So we should target, that's why I'm still thinking about targeted education to those specific communities with those kind of ethnic issues. And we know them. So either the way we target our information, we can use their people, we can use the young people, we can use the GNCs that we have currently. They're actually very good to reach out to these women and say, yes, and the men to say we need more women, and even show the women who have succeeded and show what they have done and use them actually as mentors. So women who have succeeded in those particular places can be used as mentors. So that's my thinking.
Thank you, Grace. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I come to FCS Koki Muli to ask some questions. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Amurle.
Yes, Madam.
I hope I pronounce it correctly.
You got it right.
Thank you. Numerous reports of observers have written and made recommendations about physical indiscipline and wastage of public funds in unnecessary expenditures in almost all the activities in the electoral cycle by the Iebc. I would like to request you to name 3 electoral activities where there is physical indiscipline in terms of expenditure of money. And then I will ask you the follow-up question. Just 3 activities in the electoral cycle.
Number 1, procurement. Do we have an effective, efficient procurement processes? That's number 1 in the procurement. Number 2, I will also talk about, when you talk about voter education and the way and the people we use, how effective, how efficient, how impactful are those exercises? Do we just use money for the same? Number 3, voter registration is another expensive exercise. It should be continuous so that we don't have a one period of just doing voter registration.
Very good. Those three that you have named, be very specific in procurement. What in procurement leads to these leakages of public funds and misuse of public funds? What in voter education is unnecessary expenditure or where there is physical indiscipline? And what in voter registration? Which areas? And then once you identify the specificities of those areas, how, if you are fortunate enough to be a member of the Electoral Commission, how are you going to address these leakages and close those taps so that you save public funds?
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll start with procurement. Procurement is an activity that starts with planning, right from planning and budgeting. How, first of all, did we come up with those particular activities and estimates in our budget? Number 2, do we have a procurement plan that was approved by the Iebc board? A procurement plan on how, when, the method that will be used to procure these items.
They do. Iebc has all those.
Thank you.
Just address the leakages.
The leakages actually comes in when you are now carrying out the procurement itself and ensuring that there is transparency in the procurement of those items. There's competitiveness in procurement of those items, and there is complete transparency and approval of anything that is procured with good systems. I'm hoping you have policies and procedures, and Public Procurement and Disposal Act is very clear on how procurement is conducted.
Thank you.
And we have the other one of voter education, expenditure on voter education. I had actually said the way you can reduce and actually expenditure of voter education in ensuring that you do a continuous voter education throughout the electoral process. And the way you can do also bring in another suggestion is that apart from vetting individuals and vetting organizations to do voter education, we can use the current infrastructures that we have in place. The current infrastructure rise up to the county level, up to the ward level, up to the constituency and ward level, up to the Nyumba Kumi ward level. The already existing infrastructures that Iebc can synergize with these teams and carry out a continuous voter education. That will reduce expenditure on that part. Voter registration is also another one that I said it should be continuous process, and the way you can use it, of course, which Iebc is currently using, is actually using technology, which is efficient, cost-effective, and actually accountable and transparent. I don't know whether I've answered your questions.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Daktari, and all the best. Thank you very
Thank
much, Chair.
you, Madam.
Thank you. I invite FCPA Kipkoech Tanui to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by appreciating and acknowledging the academic journey that you've traveled.
Thank you.
From CPA to PhD level, that's number one. The fact that you are coming from a marginalized community, West Pokot, and thirdly, that you are a woman and you've achieved all this. So receive accolades and
thank you so much.
Appreciation.
Thank you so
of
much.
the journey that you have traveled.
Yeah.
Now, as a commissioner, if you succeed at IEBC, you will be making decisions. In fact, one of the requirements or functions of commissioners is actually to make decisions at IEBC. And those decisions, given the mandate of IEBC, will be impacting the millions of Kenyans. So how or what steps would you take to ensure that whatever decision that you make as commissioners, ensure there is fair, transparent, and informed decision making at IEBC?
Thank you. Thank you so much, FCPA Tanush, for that question. IEBC, as commissioner, first, is supposed to remain credible. That is its vision. Its vision is actually to be a credible institution with many Kenyans aspiring and actually getting the pride of Kenyans. But is that the picture today? So the picture today is that there is mistrust, there is a bit of incredibility of IEBC. So how do I contribute to ensuring that IEBC first remains independent? Independent in its actions, impartial, and ensuring that it is actually, it works with every other partner, but remains firm as far as its role is concerned in decision making without interference from political parties, from either side of the arm of government, and remains firm with this decision. As a commissioner, I will actually be part and also contribute to ensuring that there is collectivity, there is collegiality in decision making, even if there is variance or disagreement in between. We can agree to disagree, but out there we remain as one, because our decision, as you say, can affect the entire stability of this country. Therefore, as a commissioner, I will actually contribute to ensuring that we abide by the law and we remain making decisions guided by the frameworks of the regulations that are already there. I've worked in the government, and I know that regulations can protect you if you remain within those, if you really deal and make decisions based on those frameworks. Decisions sometimes that you have to consult. You really have to consult, because this is an entire thing that, as you say, can affect millions of Kenyans. As you consult, you remain firm and remain making decisions that are guided by the regulations, guided by the law. That way, you will actually stand firm with that. And as a commissioner, I will contribute significantly to ensuring that there is a teamwork and there is collective decision making as part of my job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Daktari, and I wish you all the best.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Evans Misati, please ask some questions.
Much, Chairman. Grace, I also wanted to take you the questions. I'm happy. I've seen your credentials, and now Have you looked at the IPC report, the post-election report? Had any chance to look at it?
Briefly, sir.
Briefly, sir. That's good. Now, when you look at the report, they had a plan, they had a budget, but when you look at the report, the mention of the word challenge is almost everywhere. they're mentioning more of the challenges than successes. So if you are given an opportunity and you are a commissioner of IPC, what will you do to ensure that the things that you have planned to do are actually done and are achieved?
Thank you, sir. I have experience in strategic management, developing strategic plans over 20 years, and working in an NGO sector. If you can prepare a strategic plan and have a beautiful, logical framework for monitoring, and you don't do it, you don't monitor, you don't find out where's the status of activities, you come up with key results areas. It's so beautifully done. As a commissioner, that is the first important thing that we need to do, because it's about strategy. Do we have a strategic plan in place? What are the key results areas? What is our logical framework for monitoring and evaluation? And that should be done almost periodically and regularly, so that we achieve and ensure that those challenges that we have and faced, and they have been mentioned in this document of evaluation of the 2022, which actually should be a learning tool for these commissioners that are now coming in. You start from where can we improve, so that we have a continuous improvement. Where are the challenges? How can we actually come up with a risk management matrix that tracks these challenges, because they are a risk. They are actually a risk, so that you monitor and ensure that you address these challenges. So that will be the first and most important thing that this committee should handle, these commissioners should handle, and also learn from past experiences. And that is what has been, that is what is in the evaluation report. How can we use that evaluation report to ensure that we address these challenges? Yes, sir, there were many challenges right from voter registration, from voter voting, from voter counting, and also in the whole issue of governance.
Let us be specific to one of the challenges they mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Delays in signing of contracts due to litigation by vendors, affected amount of time provided for the implementation of various. So what do you talk about that, particularly the vendors, contracts and litigations as one of the challenges?
Yes, I will look at the policies that are in place, because actually policies guide decision making. We look at whether the processes were followed, and I'm assuming that is in procurement of various activities. So were the laws not followed? And why were the laws not followed? Is it because people don't know what they are doing? Or is it because vendors, normally there should be transparency in all procurement processes, right from the time they call for quotation, right from the opening of those quotations, and when even you are awarding, there should be transparency. And if there is transparency, then we should be able to reduce these litigations from vendors.
Thanks so much. And from your experience, you have rich experience here. Now, do you think we should be able to, as a country, this issue where we focus on elections as a matter of life and death, what will you say about that in view of the fact that in some other countries, systems work? Somebody can get healthcare, roads and other things without necessity. In our country here, a Panadol that goes to a dispensary must go through a process of some politics. So what do you, from where you sit, what do you think we should be able to do?
Number one, sir, thank you for that question. For me, we should be able to see Iebc visible, even as now, not waiting for the 2027 election. It was 2022 election, and it's like it was an end in itself. It was like an event. Me sitting as a normal voter, normal citizen of Kenya. So how can we make this institution become an institution that Kenyans are proud of? Kenyans are actually proud of when they hear Iebc. Institution that others can come and benchmark against the entire world and Africa as a whole. How can we do that? first thing and most important thing is to gain that trust from the people that we can actually run a credible and transparent, accountable institution. That actually the next election that we are going to manage, given an opportunity to become a commissioner, will be an election that nobody will contest against and Kenyans will be happy about, and we leave behind an institution that's sustainable and others can come and run it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much for your answers, but as we finish, kindly share some experience from your place. Do you have some photo hapat in West Pokot, and what are some of the reasons which cause that, particularly in your area where you come from?
Thank you, sir. I come from West Pokot County, and in West Pokot County is a marginalized county where most of, quite a number, or the first area of the region is actually sparsely populated also, and people are, the economic means is actually about rearing cattle and so forth. So, in fact, it was just recently I came from West Pokot, and I asked that same question. I was there. I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out from the people, what is, how do we reach that Pokot that is out there looking after his cattle and looking for grass and so forth? How can we, do they actually come to vote? Then most of them are saying, but do they look after the cattle, looking for this cattle, going to take care of the cattle, or do they come to line up to vote for somebody? First of all, they don't know the meaning. They don't know the meaning of voting. They don't understand how voting related to their current situation. So that is the education that we need to take to the people of West Pokot. That if we vote for an MCA, what does it mean? When we vote for a women rep, what does it mean to you? When we vote for a member of parliament, what does it mean to you? What do you expect from them? So that they know their responsibility, their rights, and also their responsibility, and actually call upon these people. Once they have been voted in, where do they go to? Do they come back? How can these people monitor that we actually saw some improvement when we voted for these guys? And therefore, we can come eagerly, even leave our cows were grazing there, and come and vote. And be assured first of security. You know, those areas are insecure. So they need, during election, to be secure. We need to enhance security in those areas so that these people can actually come and vote freely and fairly, and give them that opportunity to come and vote, so that they don't have all this other baggage or problem of ensuring that there is security for their children, there's security for their cows, and so forth. So can we, as Kenyans, ensure that there's security in that place, educate those people, and I'm sure they will be eager to come and vote. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you.
I ask Ms. Fatuma to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Amurole.
Yes, madam.
You will be expected as a commissioner to engage stakeholders who have divergent interests, and still maintain IEBC's neutrality as an impartial arbiter. Would you please share with us an experience that exhibits, or rather shows us, that you have the ability to engage in such circumstances?
Yes, madam. Thank you very much, Madam Fatuma. Okay. I'm hoping I understood your question well. Stakeholders is very critical, and actually is a key success factor for this institution to succeed. It cannot work on its own. It needs to work with the government in place. It needs to work with the political parties, which is a key stakeholder. It needs to work with the public themselves. It needs to work with the media, and they need to work with the youth. They need to work with the women. They need to work with the people, the church-based organizations, all of them, including the Muslim-based organizations. They need to work with all of them. They are so critical. As we said, FCPA Tanui said, it is critical, this role that we play. And therefore, all these partners are also accountable for the success of IEBC. So who are these partners? How can we bring them on board? And they know their responsibilities, so that we work together as a team together with these key partners, including political parties, not only political, even the government, do they know that the outcomes of IEBC can actually affect the image of this country here and beyond and the entire world? And therefore, how do we make
Just
sure?
one
Yes.
minute, sorry to interrupt
Yes,
you. I wanted you to share with us an experience
Yes.
that actually exhibits or shows us you have the ability
To manage
if
stakeholders.
considered,
Yes.
yeah, to manage those stakeholders who have divergent interests and yet maintain the impartiality of IEBC.
Thank you,
So
Madam.
demonstrate an experience to us.
Yeah, I will just quote as an experience I had. I don't know whether they had different diverged interests, but anyway, they had interests. But this is at the county level, where there was almost like a crisis. When I came in, and there's a crisis everywhere. There's a crisis in the Ministry of Health, and there's a crisis almost like things are not moving, you know? So bringing all the stakeholders on board, including means bringing all the departments on board. And bringing all the departments on board, here we had different departments with their different interests, also with their different different expectations. They have actually different expectations and different. So how we managed to bring all of them together and to work as a team, including the departments that actually the activities will affect another department. So through that process, we manage actually with us, like being the key people who are actually bringing them together, came up with an activity called Rapid Results Initiative and brought those stakeholders together as a team. It actually came up and became very clear that the interest of all of them could actually be managed when you bring all these stakeholders together. When you bring all of them together, that I think may not be a very good example, but I think that is what we manage, and actually together work as a team. As we bring the stakeholders together, you'll actually find out that some of them have also their interests, which are not actually good for the common good or for the outcome of this activity. So how did we handle that? We actually handled that by engaging the top management and ensuring that please address these teams that are not working like a team. They were not actually working like a team because they had their own interests. Thank you, Madam. I'm not sure whether that was a very good example. But the other example that I can give, sitting as a chair of a board of trustees, which I sat for 15 years, means bringing on board different organizations that actually they also have their own diverse interests. This is bringing the custodian, who is the bank. They want to have as much money as possible from this fund so that they can get enough resources. We have the investment manager who wants actually, and you are actually as a trustee, wanting to perform as much as possible. And at the same time, you also have yes, your first manager, and you also have another party of an administrator at the same time. So all of them have their diverse interests. You will find the bank with as much as money in the bank account. And then you'll ask, but what is this money doing in the bank account when it should be invested? Why is the investment manager not actually requesting for this money? There should be not money sitting in the bank even for 1 single hour or 1 single night. So they have the interest. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicodemus Bore, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Grace, I join FCPA Tanui in congratulating your journey through the ranks and also through the education ranks, and we wish you all the best as you endeavor to serve the country in the different capacities.
Thank you, sir.
You are currently the Chief Officer of West Pokot County.
Up to 2022, end of 2022, when the government changed.
Also, you are no longer serving.
No, I'm the chair of the audit committee of the county assembly when I left as the chief officer because of change of government.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, and in your CV, it's you have also indicated that you are a very strong financial manager.
Yes.
With proper management skills.
And
how will you leverage on this experience in dealing with the challenges of inadequate funding at the IEBC?
Thank you, sir. I'll go for doing more for less. I'll bring in strategies on how can we do more for less by carrying out an audit of our current expenditures and our current, how we use our resources. That is number one. Can we innovate? Can we come up with various ways of carrying out our activities? This is how can we even leverage on our partners to do more for less. Number two, can we get additional funding from our partners? Fundraising is a key strategy and a key skill that I have. We can do fundraising and look at what are those activities that we can get our partners to give us, and do not wait until the election day. Even now, from right now, what are those activities so that we can have, I know the current, the kind of pressure the government has, and they're reduction in budgets. So we have to foresee that and come up with strategies, or if this happens, what do we do so that we can still achieve our objective as IEBC. We still want to achieve objective of fair, free, and credible election in 2027. Where do we get resources? That is number one strategy that this board should start engaging from day one. And they should not have an excuse like there was no funding. There was no funding to carry out further education. There's no funding to do adequate testing of these KIMS kits or something like that. Why can the board start foreseeing that? It is actually having that kind of foresight and start addressing that and giving and reading the evaluation report. That was one of the key challenges that they had. No funding, no funding, no funding. How can we use and leverage on the skills that we have to do fundraising and actually do more for less? How can we do things differently? I will bring that, sir.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you,
and
sir.
all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Professor, please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Madam, it appears that in today's session, it's the men who are humbled by your trailblazing.
Thank you, sir.
So I join my fellow men in the panel in congratulating. Oh, Caroline is saying she also congratulated you. She says it's on record.
Thank you, sir. Maybe we appreciated it in our hearts. So.
I know, I'm very sure they did. I'm very sure they did. And especially, you entered very early in what I would call the men's public domain, financial management, and you've made strides in it, so hecko for that. And with that, I'll follow up from where my colleague Bore left in terms of fiscal prudence. That this is an IBC that when people see 62 billion, they start comparing with other countries. How much does it cost to vote in America? How much does it cost to vote in South Africa? How much does it cost to vote in Senegal? And why is Kenya so high? This is a country in which I don't think there's any other country in the world in which legal fees for the lawyers of IBC are just exorbitant. This is a country in which even the partners come in, but still Ivy says we still need more. With that background you have, that we are all agreed that you have scaled the height, if we were, or if you were to become a commissioner, what is this that other commissioners have not done insofar as financial prudence is concerned that you'll bring on board?
Thank you, sir, for that very important question. I think financial prudence is key and very important in our ensuring.
Speak to the mic.
Financial prudence is key and very critical in ensuring that we have accountable, transparent, fair, and also and fair and transparent systems. So that is number one. Number two, you mentioned that actually Kenya could be one of the most expensive, the Kenyan elections, what I'm hearing, could be very expensive compared with what other countries are spending when it comes to election. And some of them like Botswana's, Rwanda's, and the rest are actually spent less in terms of per voter. I like things, something to do with continuous improvement. Even when I don't have answers, I'll do benchmarking. Sometimes benchmarking can help you find out, if you don't have answers, what is it that others are doing that we are doing? What is making us become most expensive is because of this issue of credibility and transparency, which Kenyans have little trust. So we have to use the most expensive, the most trying to bring as many processes as possible so that Kenyans can see this system, our AIBC, as transparent and credible. So we have to incur all these things. First, I will actually also try to learn best practices, Professor. If we don't have answers, I will go for best practice. What is it that others are doing that we are not doing? What is it that India is doing with all those millions of people that we are not doing? Probably they are doing it less. Is there a way we can even make sure, in future, if not now, do these elections in bits so that we don't have all of them being done at once? So that we probably will reduce on some of these costs. That could be one way of bringing out some legislation that can help us reduce this burden of having all of this. Number two, we audit what is causing, although ABC is doing credible job in actually bringing about technology use, because technology enhances efficiency, it enhances accuracy and so forth in adding all this in terms of results, transmission, in terms of tallying and so forth. Technology can do a lot of that. So once we have procured technology, which it is a one-off activity, just ensure that it's maintained and it's credible, it remains credible going into the future. So one, I've said, I may not have answers, but I will benchmark actually to make sure that I learn through benchmarking. And I did it in the county, benchmarked, and they improved. Today, I think they are calling about me and said this, I think this is the chief officer that really, because I looked at it and said, no, we can't continue like this. Let's learn from other counties. There's Makueni, there's another county, so you go there and learn. Let's bring, if Miss people come and train you here, what's the problem? Yeah, so you fix the problem as they are. You don't wait. So, and I said, what I said to him is that you actually evaluate the current budget that they have and ask yourself, where can we do more for less? I think I said that. Where can we do more for less? You audit, and as an accountant, that is what we are supposed to do. Find out where can we improve on efficiency and also being economical in the way we do things. How is our procurement processes? Do we ensure that we procure from the most economical means and most economical? Is it transparent, the way we procure? Is there another alternative? You keep asking yourself such questions. I believe, Professor, I will bring those skills to IBC so that we can strengthen its governance, we can strengthen its financial management system, we can strengthen its risk management system, we strengthen its stakeholdership system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And my last question in this segment is accountant, auditor, improving financial system. That has been your domain.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us, if at all, you have some examples of how being in that financial sector and given your role as an accountant or auditor or even a financial manager, your track record in fighting corruption? Are there some experiences that you can demonstrate to this panel that when I was in this county, when I was in this body, this is what I found, this is the corrupt practices that I found, and this is how I felt I addressed it.
Thank you, sir. I face that in many of the workplaces that I sat. But what became very strong for me is that the whole issue of integrity is so critical in the management of resources. The whole issue of accountability and transparency. An example I can give, and many, is actually when I was in the county government. In the county government, you can easily pay for something that doesn't exist. It's just an error. So I instituted controls. This is some of the controls I instituted. For some things that I think they are of magnitude, I could actually, using my audit background and experience, because all payments at the county must be processed and approved by the chief officer. So through that experience, Professor,
Yeah.
I came across several payments that actually needed to be paid. And on suspicion, when I'm thinking, not even on suspicion, I will actually sample them, project the big ones, and call my internal auditor and M&E monitoring and evaluation team. Please go, this is a far away, in some rural areas in West Pokot where you cannot reach. Somebody is built a bridge, or somebody has built a footbridge, but I'm not there. I didn't see it, but everything is there. Their pictures are there. Please go and confirm for me. This one, this one, this one, and this one. In that process, I caught some. I caught some.
Thank you.
And from there, they learned that there's a very strong chief officer here. You cannot play around with her. I left that legacy there. You cannot play around with the chief officer with an audit background, and you cannot take anything for granted when you are processing payments. You have to have that audit in mind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Can you quickly ask your two questions, please?
Sure. Other than your deep understanding of public financial management system, I also saw that you have extensively worked with the African Economic Research Consortium, and therefore,
Yes, sir.
I believe that it matters, economic, trade, and so on in Africa. You have them at your fingertips.
Somehow I was just hopeful.
What is the total number, or the total membership of COMESA?
Total membership of COMESA, let me not count, but let me say we have.
You can count.
I
There's
can
no
count.
problem. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
problem.
I can say Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and I think Somalia of late.
So you're saying it's 8.
Those are 8, COMESA, roughly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me try another one in an area that you are now seeking to work in. What are the 3 categories of election observers?
Okay, election observers, they are key and very critical partners when we want to make sure there's transparency in our elections. Number 1, we have political parties who should actually observe elections.
Not stakeholders,
Yes.
observers.
Okay, so they are international.
Those who come to
Yes.
observe elections, yes.
They are international and also domestic observers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our questions to you. Do you have any question or comment?
I don't have any questions, sir. I just want to thank you and for giving me this opportunity, and also to wish you the very best and God's blessings in this very important work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have enjoyed learning from you and hearing from you. We wish you well. Please pick your certificates. You find them at the door. The notebook and the pen are yours, even the water.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome to lunch if you have time.
Thank you,
Well,
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any candidate that is available, ready? Just wait. Give that to him. So there's a candidate that is ready. If we do up to 140, is that okay? Yes, yeah. Thank you. Please bring him in. We have Hali Kisula. Kisula, welcome please. Welcome and have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to congratulate you for being shortlisted. Thank you for showing interest in the advertised position of commission, member of the commission, Iebc commission, and just for taking time to come and have this session with us. I would like to invite you into this discussion, but before then, allow me to introduce my colleagues here. We'll start with Evans here. Evans, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel. Karibu sana.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Misati.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mutisia.
Good afternoon.
And
Dr.
welcome. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, Dr. Koki.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mutisia.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, and I'm a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Saman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Nashukuru.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Dr. Mutisia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Caroline Kituko, a member of this panel.
My pleasure, Madam Kituko.
Dr. Kishula, habari ya dhuhuri.
Niko salama sana.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante, nashukuru.
So take some time, 5 minutes, to introduce yourself to us. Let us know who you are, where you have come from in terms of your profile, and how that profile is suitable for the position you have applied for. If you have any honors you have received, mention them to us, and if you're a member of any professional group. Welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, members, First, I would like to thank you for having shortlisted me for this interview, for this position of a member of IEBC. I don't take that for granted. My name is Dr. Harley Mutisia. I come from Kibwezi West, Kibwezi East, sorry, and I am holder of a PhD in business administration, and my thesis was on governance and service delivery. I also hold a master's in business administration from University of Nairobi. I also hold a Bachelor of Commerce, first class honors from University of Nairobi. I am a member of Kenya Institute of Supplies Management in good standing. I have worked, I'm a practitioner in supplies management, so much extensive experience. I am also a certified procurement and supplies practitioner of Kenya, CPSPK, the first cohort in the country. I also hold, I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. I'm an associate of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, among others. Chair, I bring to you an extensive experience in electoral matters, having been the Director, Supply Chain Management at the Iebc. I managed the procurement in the 2022 elections, also managed the logistics. I was also the coordinator at the National Tallying Center during the elections, and therefore, Chair and members.
Which elections?
2022 general elections. I was the coordinator of the National Tallying Center. So I bring that experience to you, and therefore, thank you for inviting me to introduce myself.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Caroline to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Dr. Mutiso, I'll just pick it up from where you stopped. You indicated to us that you were the coordinator of the National Talent Center. So the report of NADCO has made various recommendations for the amendments to the Constitution to enhance the mandate of the IEBC. Can you explain to us some of the proposals for amendment of the Constitution that would have a bearing on the mandate of the IEBC?
Thank you very much, Madam Kituku, for the question. According to the existing mandate in terms of running of the election, in terms of the registration of voters, in terms of running a referenda. Now, in terms of the recommendations that were made by NADCO, and I will just bring about just a few of them. And one was in terms of the expansion of the selection committee, because the issue was the inclusion to ensure that the country is well, there is inclusion to everyone. Now, the other issue was in terms of how is the election process then managed. And the election process, when you look at it from the pre, during, and after those processes, then you discover that there are issues pre-election that you have to deal with stakeholder engagement, which is very key. Engagement with the political parties to improve on the area of trust by Kenyans to the institution. Also ensuring that during the election there are issues to do with, as the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, in terms of the governance. How do we deal with the issues of governance during the time of election? And then post the election, exactly how do we deal with the issues of the recommendations that are then given by the stakeholders? Thank you for the question.
Were there any recommendations that were made in terms of the budgetary independence of the IBC? What were they, if you recall any?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Kituku, for that. Also, it was recommended that the IBC then be given a fund, and this fund then would be able then to enhance that independence of the commission, because majority of the times you discover all the way 2013, 2017, 2022, the budget many a times comes late. And when this budget is disbursed late, it has an effect on the procurement of the materials and even the other activities that then come with the election. So when the fund then is given, then IBC will be disbursed of the funds, and then they will be able to expend from that fund. And that recommendation, is a good one.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutise. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, FCS Koki Muli, to ask some questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Mutisia, your area of expertise is procurement. You have been working at IEBC for how long?
Thank you very much, Dr. Koke. I served my 5-year contract from 2019 to 2024.
You are not at IEBC now?
No, I'm not at IEBC right now.
Okay.
Yes.
When you are there at IEBC, I want to ask you to share in terms of your experience. There has been every election report, observer's report, is always saying that there is a problem with procurement and how expensive procurement of goods and services at IEBC is, and therefore it's an issue of concern. And I want you to tell us, to tell the panel, three areas that make procurement of IEBC so astronomical. 3 areas, procurement of 3 things or 3 areas. Just list the 3. Then I will ask you another question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koki, for that. One area is electoral technology. The second area is the area of ballot paper. And the third area then becomes the operations itself in terms of the labor cost.
If you are successful, how are you going to address these astronomical costs of procuring electoral technology, procuring ballot papers, and procuring labor, and specify which areas we can actually dispense with to reduce the cost for each of the 3 areas?
Thank you very much, Dr. Koki, on that. When I joined the commission in 2019, the first thing I did was to study the historical issues, exactly where the cost was high and the reasons why these costs were high. And Immediately after that, I embarked on writing specific manuals that in the preceding election helped to deal with the procedures and also deal with the areas of compliance. Now, to answer the questions then directly, is that in the manuals, I specifically wrote the recommendations which were approved by the management and were approved by the commissioners, including the chairman, to include the area of all the specifications for strategic materials must at any one given time be approved by the commissioners, so that the commissioners also have the stakeholder engagement with the other stakeholders, the political parties and everyone. Now, when I come to the area of the ballot paper, for instance, it has like 7 security features. Probably you do not need all those security features. 3 security features would still suffice an election. And therefore, if you reduce, and the printers have told us several times, if you reduce on the number of security features, the cost would come down drastically. And that is one area that I would be going for immediately. The second part of it is when you look at the electoral technology, looking at what the cost was in 2017 and what the cost was in 2022, there was a drastic reduction in terms of cost. What exactly did we do? We started the procurement early enough and also made sure that we did what you call now the frameworks. The framework means you only buy what you need when you need it, so that then again you do not just buy a bulk, keep it there when you do not need those quantities. So that is one other area of reducing on the technology cost. In terms of the labor, it is the issue of education, voter education, and also educating those people internally. But then what happens is why the labor cost is quite high is because of the legislation. The number of candidates that are supposed to avail themselves in a polling station. Because they are capped at 700, really there is nothing much that can be done. But if we do the voter education well, and also do our voting in polling centers, although now that will also reduce in terms of the accessibility, but that will also reduce the labor cost. Thank you, Dr. Kogi.
Sorry, did you say 700 candidates in a polling station?
Yes, every
candidates.
Voters.
Oh, okay.
Voters for the polling.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mutisia, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FCPA, please, would you like to ask some questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You didn't want to renew your contract at IEBC?
Thank you, FCPA. Now, the HR manual stipulates that you have a 5-year contract, renewable once. My recommendations were made for my renewal, but my renewal could only be made by a chairperson who was not present by the time of the expiry of my contract.
You became a victim of the vacancies that we are trying to fill now.
Thank you.
Because there were no commissioners.
Exactly, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Sorry for that. So now, I want to follow up from the 700 candidates, which you've said for 700 voters. Yes. How does this, because you're talking about the 700 voters in a polling station, how does this inflate the cost of elections?
Thank you for that question. How that inflates the cost is because at that point you will need a presiding officer and a deputy presiding officer. You need 4 clerks, in that area, in that polling station. So in total, for each polling station, you have about 7 clerks. And now if you multiply that by 46,229 polling stations, you discover that that comes quite high. Now, if you happen to increase either the number, then you see you are also then proportionally reducing the cost per voter. If you increase the number to 1,000 or to something, that will also then be reducing the proportion. Or if in the urban centers, then you decide that you're going to have polling centers where you can have so many polling stations within one center, then what happens is that you will reduce on the number of the queuing clerks, because again also the queuing clerks have to be there to show everyone where they would be going. So that is
what was the reason to cap it at 700? There must have been a reason for that. Why was the number capped at 700?
Thank you, FCPA, for that. Situations change. So when you look at in 2013, the population and also the registered voters by that time were 13 million. Then come to 2017, now we have 19.6 million. You see now it's increasing. So now again, when it increases, you have to think drastically what measures you're going to take to reduce that cost. Now as we went to 2022, the number then was 22.3 million. So at that point, an increase between 2013 and 2022 of 10 million voters, it means then there has to be a way of resolving.
But there was a reason. I'm asking, what was the reason of capping? Why cap at 700?
Mainly one thing that was being looked at was queue management.
Yes.
So if it's queue management, if it is between 6...
So queue management, any other?
Yes, that was one. 2, it was to deal with the population by that time. It wasn't as demanding as it is right now. Yes.
But is there a benefit because at the end of the day, we want the elections that are efficient,
Yes.
that we would want our results to be announced on a timely basis.
Yes.
So by you proposing that we may need to relook into the numbers, would that affect the efficiency of our elections?
No, because when you look at the presiding officers and the returning officers right now, they have come of age. There is that learning curve. At the very beginning, you will find that managing 700 between 6 a.m. and 5 p.m. would have been a challenge. But right now, with they've really come of age in terms of the experience of managing the queues much faster and much better.
So if given an opportunity, and we are going into the 2027 elections, and you did inform us that the cost of 2022 compared to 2017, there were a drastic reduction. So what is it that you would propose to still go with the same trend of reduction come 2027, cost reduction come 2027?
Thank you, FCPA. One area that I would be going for to really solve that problem of the cost would be the engagement with stakeholders, then stakeholders being the political parties, to agree in terms of, do we still want to stick to 7 security features on a ballot paper?
Which that one you had said, another thing?
Another thing then that we would be looking at in terms of the reduction of the cost. Now, this is internal. We've already set the pace of understanding that the Commission needs to start procurement in good time. By now, we are already even almost late. So as we get to 2025-2026 financial year, the procurements need to start so that now...
Now, on that particular one,
yes,
there is a provision in the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act.
Yes.
And given that you are an expert in that field and you're also a trainer,
yes,
that you cannot procure when you don't have funds.
Yes.
So how do you start early procurement when you've not been allocated budget, and there is this habit of Treasury giving you budget during the election year. So how will you start early procurement?
Thank you very much for that question, FCPA. Now, the procurement is a product of the budgeting process. And in the work plans, you will discover that majority of those items that are for election or, for election will be given a budget, however small it would be. Now, for a framework contract, it do not require necessarily the whole budget. What you need is a commitment to start the process. Number two, what again you would need is multi-year procurement procedures and procurement plans for multi-year, targeting the fact that in 2026, 2027, there will be the full budget. So for those contracts and those projects, you know that the budget will come later, but now there's a provision, however small, there is allowance in the law to start the procurement under the multi-year procurement plans.
Thank you. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FCPA. I want to ask Misati to ask you some questions.
Thanks so much, yeah. Ndisia?
Yes, Bwana Misati.
I didn't know you had left IPC.
Yes, I did.
Now, there are many factors that contribute to the voter apathy. I want you to demonstrate to this panel the role that the members of parliament and the devolved units, particularly the funds, the CDF funds, county governments, how do they contribute to voter apathy?
Thank you, Bwana Misati, for that question. Yes, you're very right that at times when you talk about voter apathy in the country, we're not necessarily directing it to IBC. There are so many other external factors that even make the public and members of the public to have that voter apathy. One is when there is a perception, because sometimes it's not the reality, sometimes it's a perception that there has been the misuse of public funds and all that. So they feel like their representation does not really meet their needs. And sometimes they say, then if this is the case, I may not need necessarily to vote next time. And therefore that brings about the issue. Now, there's so many other issues beyond just the issues you mentioned about NGCDF and all that. There's so many other externalities that affect the voter, because at times also you find the distance where they're supposed to register is quite long, and they find that probably the county government or the commission itself has not done the facilitation to bring the voter registration closer to them. And finally also you find that the voter education itself does not really sink so deep into the voter to understand their essence in making a change in the country.
From where you stand, if a politician is facilitating the voters to do voter registration, can that be looked at like an election offense or voter irregularity? Because in situations we find genuine cases where you find maybe students who are in universities and they cannot afford even a transport to go to a registration center. So if you become a commissioner, what will you do to address some of those challenges? And is it a problem if anybody facilitates them to do voter registration? Because it has happened before.
Yes, a good question, Mr. Misati. I'm a stickler of the rule of law and the provisions of the law, and therefore when the Constitution of Kenya mandates IEBC to be the only sole institution that is mandated to do voter registration. That should actually be respected. Should there be any member of the public, be it a member of parliament or whichever position, and they would really feel like there is an area or there is a group that is left out and is not yet been registered, it is upon them to really reach out to the commission and say, we would like you to assist us through there are so many officers in the field. We have dispersed 290. Let me not say we, because now I don't work there. But the commission has actually devolved that function to 290 constituencies. There is always an officer at reach at the constituency level who can be easily be reached and be told that I'll be having a baraza here. Please come and do, the registration. So I would look at it that way, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, and I wish you well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr.
Chair, over
Misati.
to you.
Right.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma Saman to also ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Mr. Mutisia,
Yes, Madam Saman.
Kenya is now already halfway, the electoral cycle.
Yes.
So if given a chance, what are some of the things you'll focus on as priority?
Thank you very much, Madam Saman. Now, first things first, I am already aware that there are some vacant electoral positions at the moment, some for MCA, others for Member of National Assembly, and the one for Senator that need to be filled in for the purpose of representation, because those people, the citizens in those areas deserve to be represented. That is one area of priority that then I would be championing for. Number two, I would also then deal with the areas of ensuring that the procedures and the policies that I had proposed earlier, that they are implemented to the full, to ensure that areas of specifications are dealt with immediately, because that is one area that when it comes to the real procurement is it must be tackled quite well. I would also then be dealing with the area of staffing, because staffing now has become an area concern because of natural attrition over time. People have left the commission, and they need to be a replacement so that training of those staff can be done in good time. Those are my areas of priority as we start the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Tricia. It's good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Anna Bore.
You participated in the post-election evaluation report?
Yes, I did.
There were some of the risks that you guys mentioned in your post-election evaluation report. That includes both internal and external risks. And as you're aware, being a member of the procurement committee or the director of procurement committee, there are also risks involved during procurement. So what are some of the risks? And given a chance to be a member of Iebc Commission, what recommendations will you make towards addressing these cases?
Thank you very much, Bwana Bore. Looking through the risks, because there are some which are so imminent, internal risks and then the external risks. As I look internally, when it comes to the staffs, especially those who are involved directly with the elections, are so exposed to some of the risks we have witnessed are even assault, and therefore there needs to have the issue of protection, security that is beefed up for these members of staff, because that risk can also then, it has in the past led to death, and therefore we need to look at it as a risk we need to arrest. Number two, when it comes to the areas of the procurement, and that is also another risk environment, you need to look at it from the fact that the procurement process in itself is highly legislated. Every position, every level of that procurement process is legislated. And therefore, what are some of the risks? Some of the risks would come out from non-compliance of the law. And when it comes to non-compliance, then there is, it affects even the general election itself. Another risk comes with interference. And this interference, you can never anticipate and know exactly where then it is going to come from. Another risk is also the legal risks, because in the middle of the process, then a complainant comes, takes you to the review board, and says that now you need to have this determined, and yet you are running against time. So that again is another area. And that's why I say now, when it comes to the area of the specifications, when it comes to the issue of the compliance, I would really ensure that the manuals that we have come up with are complied with. But then you cannot then know who is then going to come in from the public to take you to the review board. However, if you are now then following the law properly, then the risk can be mitigated. The other risk then is the reputational risk that comes with the whole process, and it can easily damage the organization. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Anabora.
Okay, Professor, would you like to ask some questions?
Thank you, Chair. Kisuila, you have been in Iebc, and I'm sure you are also aware that there has been a trust deficit in Iebc that you have been a part of. And part of the trust deficit has been in election results, that every other election, presidential, has faced a petition, with one being nullified, some being endorsed but with qualification of what needs to be done. Having been an insider, if you were to be made commissioner, what would you do to ensure that Kenyans, at least a section of it, that usually say no to the results, trust the election results by Iebc?
Thank you very much, Professor, for that question. The trust deficit, however historical, but it has its own foundation. And part of the foundation for the mistrust is because of sometimes when there is lack of feasibility within the processes. If you look at each of the processes before the election, the processes themselves have to be as feasible as possible. Let's take an example in the voter registration itself as one pre-election exercise. And this exercise has to be done in as much transparent, more open way, so that at the end of the day, when we do the voter register audit, we are able to find are there any issues, or is the voter register then as clean as it's supposed to be? So pre-election, all the processes have to be, very, very visible to the public, so that they can trust the process. Now, during the election again, at the polling station, the exercise itself must be also as visible as possible, so that it is known the results that have come from polling station A is the one that is in the portal when it comes to the transmission of the results. Once that process is as visible as possible, then the trust deficit will go down.
You've just said in answer to my colleague Bore that you are part of the post-election evaluation report.
Yes.
You're also aware that KPMG did do an audit of the register,
yes,
and did find that there were so many ineligible dead voters and so on the register.
Yes.
You're aware that nothing was done about it.
Now, thank you very much, Professor.
No, I haven't finished. You are
Okay.
aware that nothing was done after that audit report. In other words, Adam Solo is dead. The IBC didn't go and remove Adam Solo from that register after the audit. You're aware of that? If you're not aware, just say you're not aware.
I'm not aware of that.
Did the post-election audit address that matter of the KPMG audit and its findings and the omissions?
Yes, it was addressed.
How so?
Thank you, Professor, for that. Part of the findings were the transfers that were done for voters from, their polling stations to other stations. And before the elections were done, then all that was reversed, and the KPMG confirmed to that effect.
What about the dead voters in the register?
Now, that in itself, I would want to address it in this way, that it is one area that it requires, and this is one solution then would be bringing, on board, working closer with the registrar of births and deaths to ensure that every other, because that challenge does not necessarily come from IBC, comes from all the way from other authorities and other institutions. So then now, this is updated on a regular basis, that whenever there's a certificate of death that has been issued, it should be notified immediately to IBC. Two, that today, like we have connection, you can connect through the Business Registration Bureau and all that. Then the registrar of birth and death should also be digitized, so that then again it brings, the online, the real-time upload, updating. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, do you still want to ask some 2 questions?
Sure. Daktari.
Yes, Professor.
You want to be a commissioner?
Yes, Professor.
As a commissioner, what is the threshold that you and your team would use to declare a winner in a presidential election? In other words, what must they attain to be declared winners of the presidential election?
Thank you very much, Professor, for the question. The constitutional requirement is that the winner must get a majority of the counties. So the counties are 47, To get a majority, at least the winning candidate must get 24 and above of the counties. And then after that, the votes that are cast, the winner must get 50% of the votes that have been cast plus one vote. And there, that
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you.
Within what timelines is the Speaker of the National Assembly required to notify the IEBC of a vacancy?
The Speaker of the National Assembly is required by law to notify the IBC of any vacancy within 14 days.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Bwana Mtisia.
Yes, Chair.
It's just a supplementary question, just in case the commission comes and they find that the things to do is to confirm or appoint those officers who needed to have been appointed and they were not appointed, and your name is one of them. What happens?
Chair, thank you very much. It's a good prayer that at least I stand a chance to be reconfirmed when the new commissioners come in. It's my prayer too that I will be one of the commissioners. So at that point, it's a question of now looking for the suitable candidate now to replace me.
In your former position?
Chair, the one reason why I applied for this position is that I believe I need to bring change to this country. I've brought change over the last 5 years in the electoral system, and I am comfortable with being a member of the commission and not going back to my former position.
Okay, what procurement mistakes did you do in your former engagement, if any?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I would present myself here with all the honesty, and really, I do not want to say that there are no mistakes, but any kind of issues that were brought up and were taken to the review board or to the courts, I want to confirm to this panel that during my tenure, I did not lose any of those cases at the appeals board or even at the courts. I do not want to claim perfection, but yes, that is the one position that I found myself in, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have any question for us or comment?
Thank you very much, Chair. I am very grateful. I know I was supposed to be here at 2:30, but I have seen that you are very accommodative. You allowed me to come in a bit earlier. That to me, I'm very, very grateful to the panel. Number two is that this was a discussion, and therefore out there, someone could pick a lesson or two out of this discussion. And therefore, again, I also don't take it for granted that we have educated a Kenyan or two on electoral matters, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's been a good time interacting with you, learning from your experience at IEBC and other places you have worked, and we want to wish you well. Your certificates will be passed over to you. You have a notebook and a pen, and there's a bottle of water there. Feel free, and you're welcome to lunch.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. Yeah. I appreciate your time.
Blessings to you. Thank you. Asante. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. We have come to the end of our morning session. It's lunchtime. We want to invite the media to have some bite also before you come back again. We'll have two candidates after lunch. We'll resume at, can you say 2:40? Yeah, we'll resume at 2:40 after lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, karibu. Please be seated. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to say that we are indeed grateful that you did apply for the position that we advertised, and congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. We'll take a brief moment to introduce ourselves, then after that we'll come to you. Please, FCPA.
Good afternoon, Mheshimiwa. Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Good afternoon. Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel.
Good afternoon. Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Good afternoon, Mheshimiwa. My name is Nicodemus Bore, member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Nicodemus
Bore.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel.
Fatuma?
The name Fatuma Ali Saman.
Good afternoon, Dr. Njuguna.
Afternoon to you.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Njuguna.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Evans Misati.
Evans.
Evans Misati. A member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this session.
Thank you.
So we want to give you some few moments, about 5 minutes or so, to introduce yourself. Let us know a brief detail of your profile, and why you think that this is suitable for the job you have asked for, to be commissioner at the Iebc Commission. And then mention if you have any honors or awards that have been given to you, and if you're a member of any professional group or society. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief because I believe you have my CV. I'm born and brought up in Kenya, and I've gone to school in this country. All my academic achievements through this country, or local universities. I've got diversity of knowledge at university level. Law, cutting across law, real estate, management skills, and so on. Experience after the university, I've been the chairman of the Institutional Surveyors of Kenya from 1999 to 2003. I've also been the chairman of Mangu High School from 2001 to 2008. And I've been a member of parliament 2013, 2017. And I've served as the chairman of the council, Moi University, 2019 to 2025 January. And I'm currently the chairman of all former members of parliament from 2018 on welfare matters. And I think that's all. Regarding why I would want to join Iebc as a commissioner, I've gone through very nasty experiences, particularly 2013, where I won on party primaries, and I was given a certificate at 9 o'clock in the evening. And the following day at 8, it was taken away from me and given to somebody else. And I had to make a very difficult decision to run on another ticket. And you know, some of these parties where you are coming from is such that if you win on a particular ticket, you are guaranteed of the seat. So it was very difficult for me to decide to run on another ticket, and I did. And I believe I was about the only MP who won on another ticket apart from TNA in the whole of Central. That experience I would not want anybody to go through. And when you talk about free and fair elections, because that's the basis of democracy, I believe they start at party primaries. And you all know that party primaries in this country are just symbolic. They're just, from my own opinion, and something ought to be done at that level. I think I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there, Chair.
What do you think needs to be done that you're coming in will do?
I said, I know Iebc does oversight to party primaries. And I went through that process, including appearing before Iebc for dispute resolution. But I believe perhaps there needs to be more reforms such that Iebc can conduct those primaries, because that's the beginning of democracy. Yeah? And that's an area that is not adequately addressed, but I believe it should be adequately addressed, because I'm saying I have suffered. Even 2017, I suffered the same fate. My candidate, my opponent, been given ballot papers, and they confirmed later. So I might not have a lot of problems with Iebc, but personally I have problems with the way primaries are conducted in this country. It's about personalities, about who are you in relation to whoever is in that party and so on. And if we are talking about free and fair elections, from where I sit, we start from party primaries. We are talking about democracy, from where I sit, start from party primaries.
Assume Iebc was to do this. Who will resolve the disputes that emerge from party nominations?
It's just a suggestion.
Okay.
It's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I would want that matter addressed because we all know what happens during party primaries. A lot of chaos and so on. No fairness. Yeah. But I'm saying perhaps it's a suggestion I'm floating that perhaps that needs to be addressed, because it's very unfair. When you are given a ticket in the morning, you don't have it. Yeah. It's very unfair. And I went through it.
Let's come back a bit on your profile. You mentioned a multidisciplinary skills. It would be nice for you just to vocalize those so that we are able to note them down for our own sake, kindly. But also there are many Kenyans who are following who may not have seen your CV, who will be interested in hearing who is this man looking for this position.
Okay.
Please.
I'm a realtor. My first degree was land economics. Even today, I practice real estate. So, and even when I was a chairman, Institutional Surveyors of Kenya, it's because part of that is in the Institutional Surveyors of Kenya. So, and I'm privileged because like last year, I got the Certificate of Excellence Award from Institutional Surveyors of Kenya, the highest recognition you can get from that professional body. They recognize my contributions to that profession. So, over and above that, I've done law from primary, from undergraduate all the way to PhD. And I practice law. I have a law firm with my son, who is also a lawyer. We practice together. And I'm also good alternative dispute resolution because I'm an arbitrator. And I'm also a court annex mediator. So I'm also a lead expert in environmental impact assessment and audit. So that type of multidisciplinary knowledge, I have it, and the papers are there. And I practice all of them. Yes.
Carol, please kindly ask some question.
Thank you, Chairman. Daktari, how are you? I am just keen to find out, in addition to party primaries, which you have identified as one of the areas that IBC, in your view, as not all party primaries have not been conducted in a fair and credible way, and you would propose IBC to get involved in the conduct of party primaries. I would like us to develop that further. We see how credible it is. Supposedly, IBC was to conduct party primaries. What measures do you think should be put in place to ensure that the party primaries outcome is correct? And what would be the role of the political parties? What would be the role of other political institutions that are involved in the electoral processes, the political parties dispute tribunal, that is what I have in mind, the courts, and the IBC. Yeah.
From where I sit, I said I'm a perfect example of the challenges of party primaries. And moving forward, even 2017, you see the same repeating itself. So that's the challenge that perhaps needs to be addressed by AO reforms, so that that challenge is addressed adequately. You know, once a challenge is identified, it is possible to find ways and means of curing that mischief.
Okay, let's make guide you a little bit. We agree, party primaries are a challenge. The way they are conducted by the political parties. Now, with that understanding, what measures of reform are you suggesting to be put in place to improve the party primaries, you know, the conduct of party primaries? And number two, what is the role of all these other institutions in ensuring that those measures that you suggest are adhered to?
You know, once you identify the problem, and I believe even you, the panel, you agree with what I'm talking about. Oversight in these party primaries, whether internal or external oversight, is very important. The party's code of conduct should be such that if they are not being followed, then the owners of those parties can be disciplined accordingly, because they are compromising a very fundamental and core value of democracy. So from where I sit, perhaps IBC, there are reasons why, as of today, IBC don't conduct, or although they can if requested. But in view of what we have gone through since 2013, 2017, 2022, it is important that we address that issue, because it remains a challenge. I don't have an answer, but through reforms, because that's part of the reforms that perhaps I would suggest. Through reforms, Chair, it is possible to cure that problem, because it's a real problem.
My concern was more particularly on the reforms, those reforms that you are proposing. What are they? And what would they, how would they address the challenge?
Like I would be very happy, personally, if IEBC was to take over the party primaries. Why? I don't seem to have very serious issues with IEBC. But I have serious problem with the party primaries. So how best can we deal with that party primary? Because that's the beginning of the conflict.
if IBC, let's stop there. If IBC was to take over the conduct of the party primaries, we know it's the mandate of the IBC constitutionally to resolve disputes, right? Dispute resolution that emanates from political parties. I mean, as a lawyer, you know you cannot be an accuser, you cannot be the judge,
Yes.
you cannot be the witness
Yes.
in the same cause.
Yes.
So IBC would be basically be the one conducting, then coming down to resolve the same dispute about its conduct during the party primaries. So my concern is, what are these? It's an area that I hear you has affected you personally. You're telling us your lived experience. But what do you propose? Should you become a member? What do you propose to resolve that problem? How do you intend to resolve it?
You know, even at IEBC level, in case of disputes, particularly after elections, they go to court. There's a procedure of setting out dispute and so on. All I'm saying is that that's a gray area that requires reforms. And we need a conversation on that area.
Have you thought about the proposal, the reforms proposal that you can put in place should you become a member? We agree it's a problem.
Yeah.
So what is in your mind? How would you intend to resolve this problem? What measures would you want to put in place?
Reforms on strong oversight on party primaries, whichever form it will take. A strong oversight on party primaries.
Okay, thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mheshimiwa Wakili, I am looking at your reasoning for wanting to join the IEBC. And you are saying that you were treated, you had nasty experiences in 2013 and 2017. And you believe that IEBC should put in place stronger mechanisms for oversight. Now, you know, under Article 88, subsection 4D, IEBC does not have a mandate to conduct party primaries. What it does is it is to regulate the nomination processes. And regulating is different from conducting. But as you said, a political party can invite the IEBC to conduct that and to conduct the primaries. And also, from what you are saying now, and you served for five years, I imagine that even after that nasty experience in 2013, you got an opportunity with another party. And you have carried all that, you know, until now. And this is a driving force for you to go to the IEBC. Now, those 5 years, why didn't you do something? And it is Parliament that actually writes that legislation and gives IEBC powers to regulate, to do more oversight. That's number one. Number two, although you are not sure what you want to do, when you go to IEBC to address this issue specifically, I want you to look at the bigger picture. And political parties are key stakeholders in elections. Political parties, candidates, including independent candidates. I want you to tell this panel what you are going to do if you are successful at IEBC to actually not just oversight political parties, but within the current, of course, legal framework, but also to try to ensure that political parties, candidates, and their supporters adhere to the electoral code of conduct that you sign.
Okay. Dr. Koki, I would admit that I never spearheaded any reforms in Parliament. It was in that line. But in 2014, I had another experience when I lost a friend of mine in Parliament. And I was the chairman of the funeral committee. And I campaigned for the wife, only to receive a call from political players that I should keep off. I'm talking about political interference. So all along I thought free and fair elections. The cardinal principles of free and fair elections is that no interference, yeah? And candidates should be able to campaign. If you deserve it, you get it. Yeah? So I said, these are emerging issues. Yeah? And that's why perhaps we are here, you are here, to come up with a panel, a new panel for commissioners for IEBC and so on, so that these emerging issues, they are tackled or to the satisfaction of the sovereign. Yeah? So, once if I'm lucky to join the commission as a commissioner, yeah, I believe when we sit as commissioners and so on, yeah, collectively, yeah, we should be able to address some of those concerns, if it means liaising with the AG, if it means liaising with the parliament, if it means liaising with other stakeholders, we liaise so that we can be able to install public confidence in this important public body, IEBC.
Thank you very much. Just out of curiosity, and Pole for the death of your colleague, when you received the call, did you abandon?
I didn't want to discuss it, but it's just coming as I'm here.
Yes.
That friend of mine, it happened that when we were given the certificate at Upper Hill, he was there. Yeah? And he saw me getting the certificate. So the following day when I told him my certificate has been withdrawn and given somebody else, he was very affected. Yeah? And he gave me part of his donation and he really supported me. So when he passed on, I felt the obligation to support him. And I actually supported the wife. And the person they were competing with only won in one polling station, where it was declared as having won 8,000 votes in one polling station. And I continued campaigning for the wife. So when I received the call, I just felt, I just felt, the way you feel, that I thought it was, in fact, I told whoever, I thought this is free and fair. Yeah? And now I can see it's not free and fair. I'll keep off, but I am very sad about it.
Thank you very much. I just imagine, not for response, that if, as a member of parliament, you could be told by your colleague not to keep off and you agree to keep off, I wonder what would happen to the IEBC if you joined it. It's okay. I'm just wondering aloud. Thank you, Chair, and all the best.
Can I say, Dr. Koki, IBC is an independent body, only subject to the law, very properly anchored in law. So if you decided to listen and what have you, that is very wrong because your subject is the law.
Okay. Let's get FCPA to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me start by appreciating the many degrees our candidate has. 6 degrees is no mean feat, and congratulations. And also being a member of parliament. So, pongezi for those achievements. You are the immediate past chairman of Moi University. Is that true?
Yes.
And we are all aware, and we've been reading in the press. My question touches on governance. And there have been a lot of issues at Moi University. What is the role of the University Council? How does the University Council operate in as far as the governance of the university is concerned?
The council oversights is in charge of policy as per the law, policy on employment and policy issues. So we just like perhaps the commission, the commissioners, policy and so on. But coming back to your question, and I think it's a good question. I think the issue of Moi University has been overblown from where I sit, because we have other universities with 22 billion, 17 billion, 14 billion, 12 billion. We only owed 7 billion. So there's been a lot of political interest, invested interest on Moi University, which is not right. And I would like to say, as much as we would want to talk about Moi University, Mr. Tanui, it's good to accept and appreciate that most of those issues were historical. Like Moi University helped establish 10 public universities. Like so.
No, I hear you. I'm looking at it from a governance perspective in terms of you are the chair, you're providing leadership.
Yeah.
And looking back at your tenure at Moi University, which was for 7 years. Huh?
No. 5 years.
5 years.
Is it 4 years? 4 years.
You joined in 2020?
December.
You say 20 what?
19 December.
Yeah, 2019 December to 2025. So looking at your leadership and the responsibilities, the functions of the council, vis-a-vis now that of IEBC. So what is it, what have you learned from your tenure at Moi University that you think will be of value or not of value to IEBC?
IEBC is a constitutional commission anchored in law where your tenure for 6 years is protected unless otherwise dictated by law and so on. Moi University, they can evoke, they can do, they can political interference and so on and so on. The greatest problem in our public universities is underfunding. This country cannot support 40 public universities. And that's from where I sit.
And even for your information, IEBC also, one of the challenges that they normally face is funding.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's good to talk about it. Like during my time there, because of underfunding, we had decided to do projects where we could generate income, like hash avocado, like apple farming and so on, because we realized whatever we are having, the biggest challenge was underfunding. Yeah. So we have to think outside the box. How do you sort out the problem? Yeah. Our student numbers went down from 50,000 to 20,000. Yeah? So in whatever funding model, you can support more university with, like last year, they got 5,000 students. Again, it's 108 professors. Yeah? And so it's not possible. So we were trying to think outside the box. How do we support the university?
So how will the same issue of underfunding at IEBC? So what strategies would you think that you can implement at IEBC to address the same issues of underfunding?
You negotiate with the parliament so that you can increase funding, bilateral or other agencies, so that you can increase the funding, endowment fund, and so on, because IEBC plays a very critical role. And if you look at some of the challenges like voter education and so on, there has to be a good budget to look into those challenges. Yeah? So I believe once we sit down as a commission, the commissioners, it is possible to look into, we are getting this funding. Our budget projection is like this. So how do we meet the shortfall?
How can your experience and your membership, now that you are chairing the Welfare Association, can those skills be of any help to the Commission? Your past experience as a member of Parliament, can it be of any value to IEBC?
They can. I said it's a welfare. It's a welfare group which we started 2018. And I feel sad because of my colleagues, those people who have gone through Parliament. And I keep on asking myself, is Parliament a career-destroying institution? Yeah? Because there's nothing to admire in most of those, my colleagues.
No, you've not gotten my question. I'm saying, can your past, that is having been a member of parliament, be of any value to IBC, you being at IBC and as a commissioner?
Yes, it can, because like when I talk about through my experiences, 2013, 2017, injustice and so on, and when those problems come for dispute resolution and so on, so I know, I have a feel, yeah? When I've been the chairman of Institutional Affairs of Kenya, I helped raise the profile of that institution from basically nowhere to where it is today, yeah? So when I was in Mangu, I assisted the school to go up to position number 1 in 2007 nationally, yeah? So it is possible that through those institutions, I can offer leadership.
And in terms of funding, how can your membership to parliament help in enhancing funding at IBC?
Some of those are my colleagues or what have you. It is possible, having worked there, to know how to lobby. And parliament is the budget-making institution. So it is possible to lobby. These days, everything you lobby. So I think I would play a very important role in lobbying.
That's what I wanted to hear from you, saying that I will lobby my former colleagues. Back to you, Chair. Wish you well.
Okay.
Thank you. Bwana Misati, you want to ask some questions, please?
Thank you so much. Chair, Mheshimiwa Njuguna.
Yes.
Please let me take you back to where you were, because I sit as the chair of the Political Parties Liaison Committee. We have had these problems over and over again. But the disadvantage we have is that even us as political parties, we criticize IPC when they do wrong or when we perceive that they have not been fair. In line with that, the issues of party primaries. But you see, they have the advantage of regulating the party primaries, nomination of regulation rules. They're the ones who regulate them. So, from where you sit, we have had other candidates who have come before you, and they really hate that day. Lucky you, at least you went to another party and got. There are people who hate that to their core. What do you attribute to this issue that our elections is a matter of life and death? Really, why should somebody, that process alone?
Misati?
Yes.
You know, I'm a proud product of education. All those papers you see there. And I believe exams in this country is the only way, as of merit, you get it. Yeah? Elsewhere, there is a lot of other considerations. Like now, I am giving you an example of 2013. And you see, you are saying transparency, accountability, good governance. So how are you going to deliver transparency and accountability if the process is flawed? So not that I have an answer, but you're also saying from where you sit, this is a problem that you arrived to. It's a problem, it's a headache, even from where you sit. And you see, once the problem is identified, because the IBC is all about delivering transparency and accountability in the electoral process. Okay? And I am pushing my case that if we don't deliver transparency and accountability at party primaries, you all along condemn IBC. Public trust starts from party primaries.
Good, I hear you.
Yes.
Now let's go to the issue of currently the registrar of political parties, as regulator of the political parties, is drafting the party ideology.
Okay.
Do you think, as where we are as a country, we can be able to adopt the culture of party ideology, which maybe might be able to solve part of the problems we have in party primaries? Because you see, from where I sit, when you are campaigning, whether it's in that party primaries, if you have a T-shirt and you give a supporter, after you have left a few minutes, another person comes and gives another T-shirt, they will not say no. They will still wear it. So the issue of party ideology and the belief, where are we on it?
Do we have a party ideology in this country? Mr. Misati, if you take it that 2013, we had ODM and we had TNA. 2017, Jubilee. 2022, you have UDA, ODM, and other parties. From where I sit, these parties revolve around personalities. And so, in personalities, we have to work very hard if we have ever to deliver party ideology, the likes of Conservative Party in UK and what have you. So, once that personality is not there, then the party dies in this country. Yeah? So we have to work hard to make sure that at least we develop party ideology. I hear you, but I'm also telling you, from where I sit, I don't think there's party ideology in this country, just about personalities.
The last question. We came from, before the enactment of the Political Parties Act, the political parties were paying the Chester and the Societies Act. What were the main reasons why we went to the Act, according to you?
Of course, Misati, an improvement from the then Societies Act. And law being dynamic, like now, there are challenges IEBC is facing, there are challenges that political parties are facing, and so on. So there is always a chance to revisit the law and improve on those challenges. So the reason why we moved from the Societies Act to Political Parties Act and so on was to cure the problems that we had yes. And now, from where we are saying, we are not yet through, because I'm offering myself, I suffered. And I don't know what you do if you are in my position. And you know, in Gatanga, at the time, everybody, and it's very difficult to vote in everybody from a particular party and come to you and vote you from another party. It's swimming upstream. I went through a very nasty experience.
Thanks so much. I wish you will heal and get over the process, as that is the politics. Thanks so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Fatuma Saman, please ask some questions. Thank you.
Dr. Njuguna?
Yes.
For purposes of carrying out its work, IEBC must engage stakeholders.
Yes.
And these stakeholders include government, other government organs.
Yes.
The judiciary,
yes.
the security,
yes.
legislature,
yes.
the executive as well. Please share with us some insights on how you would manage these relationships if you become a commissioner at IEBC. How will you manage those relationships and ensure that IEBC also maintains its independence while doing that?
Okay. Fatuma.
Yes.
Thank you, because you agree that IEBC is dependent, only subject to the law. And that's why even the commissioners have a secure term limit so that you keep to your lane. But that does not mean that you don't collaborate with other institutions like the media, parliament, judiciary, political parties, NGOs, and so on, particularly on certain issues. And you see, engagement can mean public participation, which is one of the core values in Article 10 on national values and principles. So it is important to engage these bodies because they will assist you achieve your mandate. Like we agree, as we are talking, there's serious public deficit on trust on IEBC, whether true or not. And how else can you be able to deal with this public deficit on trust unless you engage community leaders, religious churches, and so on, NGOs, and such institutions, our youth at the universities, and so on, because there's a lot of apathy on the youth on matters of voting and so on, those marginalized areas. So it is very important that from where I sit, I appreciate what engagement with all those stakeholders, what they can be able to deliver in terms of IEBC fulfilling its mandate.
In this engagement, what is the main principle? What is the key principle? when you are in an engagement that does not compromise your independence as an institution, but is also helpful and supportive of the work that you are doing. What is the key principle?
This is public engagement, public education.
Now we are specific to the state actors, yeah? Yeah, these state organs.
You are appreciating that there is what parliament can deliver. You are appreciating that there is what judiciary can deliver. You are appreciating there is what NGOs can deliver. Yeah? So it's good to appreciate that all these institutions that you are going to engage, there is something they can deliver, yeah? In terms of your, assisting you achieve your mandate. Yes.
Does openness support that?
Yes.
The principle of
Transparency.
openness and transparency?
Transparency, accountability. Yeah, it's very, very important. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Invite Nicodemus Bore, please. Bore.
Mheshimiwa,
Yes.
you have previously served as a member of parliament for Gatanga.
Yes.
And also you have mentioned in your previous engagement with our panelists that among the problems IEBC is facing is public trust.
Yes.
So given a chance as a member of the commission, with this in your hindsight, what will you do to ensure that Kenyans trust the election results being conducted by your commission?
I've been thinking about public trust. And I've been thinking about IEBC. And my honest opinion, Nicodemus, is that there's a lot that our IEBC has achieved in terms of delivering transparency and accountability, and even the institution of IEBC. It's not where we were in 2013. Yeah? Even delivering the technology, equipment, and so on. Now we can talk about biometric result transmission and so on. There's a lot that we have achieved. Even as we condemn IEBC, it's very important that we appreciate. Yeah? And perhaps this public trust or trust deficit could be perhaps nothing much has been done on voter education, where everybody appreciates why you need free and fair elections, why you need to participate, particularly among the youth, because I have a problem with the youth. And my problem with the youth, Nicodemus, is perhaps the people who don't vote are the young who are educated, have left university, have left institutions. It's not the normal youth in the rural areas. And how come they don't vote? Perhaps they feel that we are not going to change anything. There's unemployment, there are all those things. So, but they need to know, if you don't encourage transparency and accountability in matters of governance, you are also a let down to enhancement of democracy. So it is very, very important that, Nicodemus, that IEBC is involved in voter education through social media, through mainstream media, through other forums like print media, churches, schools, and so on, like those far areas, marginalized areas, even come up with mobile kind of communication so that we are able to reach out to those people who might not even know what is happening. We have a duty as IEBC, and it can be done.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa, and all the best.
Okay.
Okay, I invite Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions, please.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes, please.
I've seen a very frustrated Mheshimiwa.
Okay.
And what has perturbed me, even as you express your frustration, is the lack of clarity of what solution you'll be bringing.
Okay.
I say that, I'm not sure if it is Ambassador Koki who asked you, that you suffered the fate you suffered in 2013, and by the grace of your character that your constituents saw in you, they still made you a member of parliament.
Yes.
And you went to the institution that makes laws and policies. Yet you didn't use that opportunity to make laws and policies that would protect people who have undergone the same thing that you have gone. She kept on looking for why. I didn't hear you really explain what attempts you made while in parliament to redress the situation, which 12 years later is still very painful to you. Any attempts you made in parliament and the majority had their way and you had your say, for example? Did you make any? Did you caucus? Because I can also see you are the chairman of the former
Members of Parliament.
Members of Parliament, which means you have a forum in which you deliberate over these issues.
On welfare.
Or on welfare.
It's just welfare. What happens? It's like we are old boys and old girls of Parliament.
Okay. Yeah? And let's leave that aside. Here you are. You have made it to Parliament against the odds of what, in your opinion, the way I've heard you, needs curing. And you are in the law-making institution, the only law-making institution.
Okay.
What did you do to redress that?
Professor Aro, first of all, I would like to say this is a good forum for me to express how I feel. And perhaps it's a good institution if I ever get the chance to address the mischief. So all is not lost. And I'd like to tell you, Professor, that I'm not bitter as such. In fact, I train our former members because they all have most of them have a very bad heading. It's good you prepare alternative A, B, C, and D. So I'm back to my private practice, my consultancy, and so on, and life continues. In 2015, there was an attempt to force us into Jubilee at the time. And I was very vocal myself, because Article 4 of the Constitution is Kenya is a multi-party democracy. And the framers of the Constitution were very clear why Kenya is a multi-party democracy. So they want to lump you together. So I said no, and perhaps that costed me my 2017, because I was seen like a hard nut to crack. And since I told you there is no party ideology, so they want to put everybody together and you sing their song, and so I refuse to sing. That's a kind of protest, and so on. So, as at now, yes, Professor, from where you sit, you might see one or two misgivings, but if I'll get this chance, this is a very good forum where I can be able to help institute some of those reforms so that it will be at everybody's comfort.
Thank you very much. Again, when you talked of your friend, you talked of the call which came.
Yes.
And you gave in to the call. And you are asked that where you intend to go, where you want this panel to take you, those calls are even heavier. And I heard your answer was that in Iebc, I have the cloth of the Constitution, which gives me independence. Let's for a minute assume that you will live by that word of independence. And you find that out in that, this is hypothetical.
Yes.
You find that among the commissioners and the chair, the calls are coming, and it's only Mheshimiwa Humphrey who are stuck to the independence, and the rest, just like you cringed under the call which came, the rest cringe, and you remain alone, and there's quorum and everything. How will you deal with that?
Professor, you I think you picked on, yeah? But let me say this.
Yes.
This panel, you have a solemn duty to uphold free and fair elections. And I believe you come up with a team that will not let down Kenyans. Yeah? Okay. Yeah? Your duty, once you do that, then our duty, if you look at the constitution, is to protect the sovereign. Okay. And at all times, we are doing a public duty. Yeah?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And my last question. You are in Iebc. Sales sticking by how you will handle threats or undue influence. What would you do if you are pressured or threatened to amend party lists after the prescribed period? Because we know it has happened before.
Mine, as a commissioner, is a solemn duty to the people of Kenya. And you see, my tenure is protected as per the constitution, unless through other things like gross misconduct or contravention of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and so on, my tenure is protected. So for me, as I take oath, if ever I am given a chance, I'm taking an oath to protect the constitution, the rule of law, as far as free and fair elections are concerned. So there's no way I'm going to give in to political manipulation or any other pressure from. And you always try, because you must engage them, but let them know from where you are coming from. If these people who want people employed, and let them know whatever where you are operating, where you are operating, and remain faithful. Your duty is to the people of Kenya, the 50 plus million people. Yeah? And to be very bad if you betray that trust. Professor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Which means the term of a member of parliament protected?
Yeah, come again?
Is the tenure of an MP protected?
5 years. It's protected by there's a recall clause. There's a recall clause, which is very difficult to implement because you must get 30% voters to. It is there, but it's very, very difficult. Unlike perhaps Senate, where I have seen a lot of political maneuvers and so on, but I've never seen an MP being recalled. But the process is there, but it's very cumbersome.
Thank you. Professor?
Mheshimiwa, this is where we go to the general and where is within your domain, and I've seen you really quoting the Constitution on particular issues. What is the total number of special interest seats in the Senate?
Total.
What is the total number of special interest seats in the Senate? In other words, the senators who sit there outside the 47 were elected from the counties directly.
If I'm not wrong, you have 16. Then you have 2 on disability. And then you have 2 on youth. So that will be 16, 18, 20.
Thank you. My last question, which is historical, again, based on your interest in politics. When did Kenya become a one-party state by law, and what necessitated the decision?
1982, if I correct my memory properly.
Just go ahead.
What necessitated it? Of course, the control. Before that, all along, it was, you could have parties and so on. But 1982, if I correct my memory well, then that is it, a one-party state. A one-party state, Kano, at the time. before the whole thing was repealed in 1992.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njuguna. It's been a great pleasure talking to you and just understanding where you are in terms of your interest to become a commissioner. And we have learned a lot actually from your experience. I don't know whether you have any question or comment to make to this panel.
Chair, I can only appreciate you and tell you that you have a solemn duty. Even as you sit here, I know Kenyans are watching, and perhaps what the Iebc will be will depend on what you're going to come up with. So I happen to be one of those people. I will not let Kenyans down. I'm going to work very hard and make sure that there is free and fair elections and address issues of public trust deficit. And I think there's a lot that Iebc has achieved, but perhaps most of it has not come to the public domain. So, but if I get a chance, I'll do my best.
Thank you very much for the promise, and we wish you well. Do pick your certificates at the door, and the notebook is yours. You can pick it, and the pen. Blessings to you. Wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I always hear about Professor Alo. I've never met you. It's only that, unfortunately, I'm meeting you when you are greeting me. And Kokimori. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, let's get the next candidate, please. Welcome, Madam Joy Mdivo.
Sana Chairman.
Thank you. You have been here before, so you might remember the names of these members of the panel.
I do.
But I'll give them just the pleasure to introduce themselves once again. Please, FCPA.
Thank you, Chair. Joy, karibu tena.
Asante sana.
Bado ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Joy. Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Asante.
Karibu tena, Adam Solo, member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, Joy.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante. Hi, Joyce.
Hello.
Welcome back, Fatuma Ali Saman.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Wakili.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Karibu tena.
Asante.
When you came, you were coming for chair, and now you are coming for member.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will introduce myself as for member. So my name is still Kokimuli Grinyo, and I am a member of the panel. Karibu.
Asante.
Good evening, Joe.
Good evening.
My name is Evans Misati, a member of this election panel. Last time I didn't say that I was choosing this panel through the political parties liaison committee, just in case for your information. Thanks so much.
Okay, and I'm Nelson Makanda. Like last time, to say that I know you. And Joy serves on the Governing Council of the Africa International University, where I serve as Vice Chancellor. But this will not compromise this interaction. Just again, introduce yourself, because there will be people watching now who may not have had the privilege of meeting you when you came here before. So do your best again, introduce yourself and your profile, and now why you think you can do better as a member of the commission. Last time it was chair.
Yes.
Yes, please do so. And if you are a member of any professional society, mention that, and if you have any honors also, do raise it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Joy Brenda Masinde. My married name is Joy Brenda Mdivo, which is what I more commonly refer to myself as, Joy Mdivo. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have been an advocate for the last 23 years, and I have been, as an advocate, I have had occasion to serve this nation as a magistrate, which I did for 6 years, after which I resigned from the magistracy and I joined the civil society, where I have been an active member of the civil society working in human rights defense, as well as in civic engagement, primarily with the church. I am also a member of the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries, a member of good standing, I must add. And I also am a member of the Kenya Christian Professionals Forum. Those are the professional bodies that I belong to. I have vast experience working in government. I have vast experience as well working in civil society. Having worked in civil society in the electoral process, I have been an election observer of every single election since the year 2002, except the year 2007 when I was serving as a magistrate. But all the other years I've been an IBC or IIEC or accredited observer, and I have been an active citizen in terms of political participation. I'm also very public-spirited, having served this country not just on the bench, but also volunteering in various forms. So I have served on the board of the Betting Control and Licensing Board. I have also served this country on various panels, selecting members into office and other volunteer positions. And I currently serve as the chairman of the Kenya Power and Lighting Company. And I think in a nutshell, that is Joy Mdivo, Joy Masinde Mdivo.
Okay, I want to ask Madam Caro to ask you some questions, please. Caro.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Mdivo, welcome once again. Let's speak about the 2022 presidential petition. The court made serious observations, or some observations about some failures of the IBC, and made recommendations on ways to improve some of those challenges the court identified. Could you explain to us at least 4 of those areas the court picked and recommended?
Now. I'm trying to differentiate my petitions in my head. The 2022 one is that's the most recent one. Unfortunately, I do not think because I do not want to hazard a guess. Being an advocate, you either know your stuff very well or you do not.
Right, let's move on to another area.
Yes.
Thank you for that, for not. So the accuracy of the voters register.
Say that again?
The accuracy of the voters register.
Yes.
A complete and accurate register of voters is necessary. As a component, is a necessary component for credible elections.
Yes.
What are some of those mechanisms that IBC can put in place to assess the completeness and accuracy of the register of voters?
Okay, right now we have a biometric system of registering our voters. And the biometric system is important because one of the problems we have had with our voter register in the past is the issue of having people on the register who are either deceased or no longer in the territory or not available to vote. So biometric registration is one of the ways that you can have a more accurate register. So I remember, for example, before the last general election, the IEBC actually called people to step forward and verify their details. Now, when you come forward and you verify your details, then we're able to know whether you're still alive, you're still in the territory, you're still who you say you are, and be able to verify the accuracy of the register. Another way that the IBC can verify the accuracy of the register is by cooperating with other bodies that have data for Kenyans. So the Registrar of Births and Deaths, for example, to see who is still alive or who is not. They can also cross-check with the ministry responsible for immigration to be able to know if there are any Kenyans who have emigrated or who are not in the territory. And they can also liaise with the member, in fact, just direct interaction with the members of the public so that you ask people to come again and register afresh. Now, because our voter register has been around for a really long time, maybe the best option for the IEBC might be just to do a fresh voter registration exercise, because I think we've had the same register since 2012, if I'm not wrong. And so trying to verify information that is over 10 years old might be more problematic than asking voters to register afresh and having a cleaned up register off the bat.
Okay, so how can IBC involve the people of Kenya in the verification process to ascertain the accuracy of the register?
The IEBC has offices in every single constituency. So with the 290 different offices, Kenyans can physically visit the IEBC and verify their details. Another way is using technology. So for example, these days you tell people if you send your information to code this. So for example, the registrar of political parties, if you want to know whether you belong to a political party, send your ID number to this code and it's able to give back your details. So you can ask Kenyans to also reconfirm that the details that are captured are the accurate details. So I think these are some of the ways you can involve Kenyans in verifying the accuracy of the voter register.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Asante.
Thank you. I want to ask Madam Koki to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili, the last few days we have been interacting with candidates, and even when you are here, we spoke extensively about trust deficit and lack of confidence in both the IEBC as an institution and also the commissioners who go there. It is the interest of this panel, and it is our quest to have commissioners or members of the commission who will inspire confidence, they will enhance trust in the organization. I want you to tell the panel and Kenyans who are watching you 4 distinct reasons why the key stakeholders in the elections, i.e. candidates, politicians, and even voters themselves, do not trust the IEBC and the commissioners who go there, and do not have confidence in the IEBC and the commissioners who serve in the institution. Just list 4, and then I will ask you a follow-up question.
Okay. First and foremost, I think it's the fact that the players in the field are very heavily involved in the process of constituting the IEBC. And that always lends itself to look like people are putting their people inside to look out for them when the game finally starts. So I think a heavy involvement of the political parties in the process makes for some trust deficit. Secondly, the issue of corruption. Kenyans feel that everyone has a price, everyone has a ticket. And so that also makes people think, you know what, if somebody goes there and they look like they're financially vulnerable, maybe they'll get compromised. Another thing is what I would call similar fact evidence. Once bitten, twice shy. People have been treated to stuffed ballot papers, vifaranga via computer, and other things that have made Kenyans imagine that the process is skewed before it even begins. And I think something else that creates a trust deficit is just the fact of sometimes some results are very unexpected, that they look incredible. And so you find less and less people wanting to even front themselves. So the people who avail themselves to go and run sometimes, we know them. They come from our community. They may not be the best of the bunch. And so it might also lead to a trust deficit.
Thank you very much. What is your view about those points you have made?
First and foremost, I do agree that when you have the players picking the referee, sometimes it's difficult for you to divorce the notion that the process is not free and fair. However, on the other hand, what is running this country is the rule of law. We have the law, we have the constitution, we have systems and procedures in place. With that in place, it doesn't matter who you put there, because the procedure should take care of any eventualities. And I think that is something Kenyans, that's why I talked last time of transparency end to end, that Kenyans need to understand how is it done so that you see whether there's really possibility of any interference. Another thing, I think we need to make our elections, to demystify our elections. Many people imagine that the process was determined before it started. Now, this is something of public and civic education. Kenyans need to understand how people are selected, how the technology is employed. If you understand how the process happens end to end, forget about even scrutinizing the process itself. Let's say there's an election, but you even understand the mechanicals behind an election, then you're more likely to participate because you have the confidence in the process. I think something else also Kenyans can do is to be more involved in who is becoming. So for example, a process like this, many Kenyans have put themselves forward, which is a good thing, because now people know me in the estate, in church, in where. So if they see Joy, it's somebody that they know, they identify, rather than just names of, sometimes they call them recycled or other things that sometimes it does not inspire confidence. So even stepping forward by members of the public into some of these spaces and offering yourself is a way of also helping to boost confidence.
Thank you very much. Just say 2 things that you will personally do if you are successful to go to the IEBC to enhance confidence and trust in the commissioners and the institution.
First and foremost, I'm a professional of very many years. For me to have served in the judiciary, in the BCLB.
What you will do,
yes,
if you are successful.
Yes, I'm getting there. For me to have served in the judiciary, in the BCLB, in Kenya Power, and still have a reputation in this city of being somebody who's upright, no corruption scandals, no integrity issues. When I'm there, then that same standard that I've upheld in all these places where I've served is something that you can expect of me. Secondly, I'm a person who's forthright. I speak, and I speak clearly and unequivocally. If something is going wrong, I'm the type of person who will stand up and say, you know what, this is not right, this is not how it is done. And it is, I'm not beholden to a person. I'm the type of person, I only fear God. So the only thing that would stop me is, like I said, unless it has come to a place where the country is burning, basically. I'm the type of person who will blow the whistle. And this is something that Kenyans can depend on, because I am a strong individual and a strong believer in the rule of law and a strong believer in human rights defense.
Chair, if you allow me, I have one small follow-up on that, on the two answers.
Allowed.
Thank you. I am looking at you and you are forthright, you are professional. I'm assuming, of course, other people who have been at IEBC are also professional.
Yes.
And also speak.
Yes.
But that's not sufficient enough. So is there something else other than being forthright and being professional that is going to address this challenge of confidence, lack of confidence, and trust deficit at IEBC?
I think one of the things that has affected some of the commissions we have had before is also the cacophony, where you've had people speaking at each other when they're supposed to be working together. I think one of the commissions that I found was very effective was the Isaac Hassan Commission. And a hallmark of that commission is they were very cohesive. The chairman was a spokesman, the others rallied behind him. And I think if I make it on the commission, that's one thing I would endeavor to do. That the commission actually, despite what background noise you may have, you present a united front, you present a strong front, you speak unequivocally so Kenyans understand what you're saying. So it's not a matter of cacophony, because I think that also does, and that is dependent on the team players. When they're sitting around the table, you're forthright enough with each other, but when push comes to shove, you give Kenyans a ground on which they can stand. So I think that's something that I can do.
Thank you. Thank you, Akili, and all the best. Chair, thank you for indulging me as well. Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you. I'm not sure you said anything about corruption.
I did. I indicated that people think everyone has a price. Oh, in my response,
yes,
I did not say anything about corruption, yes.
Yeah.
Corruption is such a scourge that I think needs to start with the individual. Many people who talk about corruption, somebody has said that maybe it's they do not have the opportunity to steal. Not having a price has served me well. When I was sitting on the BCLB, I've said all these places that I've worked, when you are a person who does not have a price, you're able to make strong decisions if you need to. You're able to make bold decisions if you need to, because there is nothing anybody's offering you that is going to skew how you make a decision. So I think even the people who are serving on the commission, one thing they need to put is service first and private enterprise later. Because if you have a price, then it does not matter what the law says, and what you will find a way of subverting the law. And I think that's one of the greatest tragedies we have. So if I am successful, that's one thing I can assure Kenyans. Money for me is a tool of trade, is not a be-all and end-all, and I cannot be bought.
Okay, FCPA, please. Pick up from there.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Joy, IBC, as I said earlier in this interview, has a prefix independent. And independence is a key requirement for these constitutional commissions. Article 250 and Article 251 provides for some constitutional requirements that should exist for any commission or independent office to be deemed as independent. Kindly give us some of those constitutional provisions that makes either a commission or an independent office as independent. They are provided for in Article 250, which is on composition, and Article 251, which is on removal. So what are those features that makes IEBC independent?
What makes an independent commission independent? I'm not doing too well with this list, these questions, because
okay, what makes IEBC independent?
Yes.
From your own understanding, yes. Leave alone what is provided for in the Constitution.
First and foremost, what we are doing now, they're competitively recruited.
Yeah.
These are members who are qualified as per whatever the law provides, and they are invited to come and they are recruited. Secondly, they come from the electorate. So we are not drawing them from the civil service or from the public service or from the executive. These are members of the public offering themselves for service.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think also what makes an independent commission independent is the law, the Constitution, because it gives them that security. So if you've got a commission, for example, something that is established under...
What form of security?
One, they have security of tenure. So
Yeah.
you'll find for most of them.
You're okay? The third one, you're all right.
Okay. So once, and this security of tenure is not for just anything, is to give them the courage to do what they need to articulate. Then the independent commissions also serve for a fixed term. So you know you've got this between this time and this time to accomplish what you need to accomplish and a defined mandate.
That is still the same security of tenure? That
Yes.
one is okay.
So for example, if it is the Iebc, you know you're conducting elections. You are not the one to do any policing. You're not the one. If it's the Kenya Human Rights Commission, you have a distinct mandate that you're supposed to carry out. That maybe before was carried out by government, but now has been given to you as an independent commission.
That's fine. That's any other?
Independent commissions have commissioners as well who are appointed. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Now, Article 249,
Yes.
which is still on the same constitutional commissions,
Yes.
provides for funding of commissions and specifically provides that Parliament, and not the word Parliament, shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and the budget shall have a separate vote. Now, that is what the Constitution says.
Yes.
But the reality on the ground is that actually it is only the House of National Assembly that appropriates. And lately, the Senate have actually said they should be involved in determining the budget for these independent offices and commissions. So could there have been a mistake in the drafting of the law by using the word Parliament? Should it have been the National Assembly? What is your comment on that?
In fact, when you talk about the issue of funding of public commissions, there's a problem with Parliament, but also the fact that even Parliament is still subjected to the processes of the National Treasury. So even if you're talking about Parliament, because you're right, Parliament is bicameral, and that's why the senators are thinking that they need to have a hand in it. For the senators, let me just deal with the Senate first. The Constitution is quite clear that their issues are mainly to deal with issues that affect the counties. And anything to do with the money bills or money issues is dealt with in the National Assembly. So maybe it's true, there should have been that distinction, because independent commissions and their budgets are basically money issues and should be dealt with at the National Assembly. But if you talk about Parliament, it's true, it's the bicameral house. So maybe the drafting was a little bit untidy. But the fact that the National Assembly is the one that determines the budget, but it's still subjected to the National Treasury that determines whether or not the funding comes forward.
What is your take, given the mandate of commissions and independent officers, looking at that clause or this particular article vis-a-vis the mandate of constitutional commissions? Could there have been an understanding that the mandate of commissions cuts across and it's more of a national issue, not really restricted to the National Assembly? And both Senate and National Assembly should have dealt with it.
The duties can have a national function, but Parliament in this particular instance, when you talk about just the funding, what they're dealing with is the funding only. But once the Independent Commission is carrying out its mandate, then that's where the excision ends. Parliament does not have supervisory authority over them. They can only oversight in terms of asking for accountability, but they cannot nickel and dime how they implement their mandate or even how they carry out their duties. And so because the extension of the determination is on what is your budget, that's why now you see the Iebc going and defending their budget. Once the budget has been allocated, then how the Iebc uses it now is away from the control of the National Assembly, unless there is an issue now that they need to query and there are someone now to come and explain themselves. When I look at the role of the Senate, because their oversight role, primarily, the Senate is a little bit of a misnomer because it's the lower house with the upper house name. They have a very narrow mandate to look after the interests of the counties. And so even if something is a national function, at the point, for example, the Iebc is doing boundary delimitation, then the Senate might have direct jurisdiction over what is happening. But when it comes to determining the budget, that is a National Assembly function. And at this point, unless something changes, all the budgets are passing through the National Assembly, and that's where it starts and stops. And the mandate cannot be extended to the Senate unless we change the constitution, because the one envisaged as being in control of the budgets and the budget making process is the National Assembly, and the implementer is the National Treasury.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Asante.
Thank you. Evan Misati, do you want to ask some questions, please?
Thanks so much. Yeah. Brenda, I
Yes,
wanted to ask you a question related to when you look at the number of votes who were rejected, the number of rejected votes in the 2022, almost 113,000. Such a number is a very big number. And how do you attribute that big number to what actions? Is it civic education? Is it further education? Or before I ask you the other.
In fact, where you started, I think, is one of the primary problems that we have: inadequate civic education. Because some of them were put in the wrong box, they were put in the marking was incorrect. So there is need for more civic education. But from the last election, you notice even the voter turnout was a bit suppressed. I think there was also a large number of protest voters who decided to spoil their votes just to indicate that there is nobody here we think is good enough to be our leader. So there was that component. There was a very huge constituency of people who went to the ballot, but they voted by protesting, and so they spoiled their ballots. I think also the issue of doing 6 elections in one day is a little bit complicated, and that aids in the confusion, because you could correctly mark your ballot papers, but when you come to inserting them, or if it is somebody who's being assisted, you find that in that confusion of trying to do 6 elections at once, then some ballots go astray.
So that is a worrying number. So
Yes.
if you are given an opportunity and you are an IPC commissioner, what will you do to ensure that that does not happen? And you are aware that the actors, the civic actors, were not allowed to put money in civic education. I don't know whether you are aware of that.
Yes, I am.
So how would you engage the stakeholders or government agencies to ensure that that happens? Because there are those people in the rural areas who might be having such challenges.
I think one of the places I find we don't utilize enough is using ngao. So, for example, the chiefs, they have barazas every so often. This is a great place to disseminate information that is removed from the civic society. I think the concern last time was that civic society was being used to perpetrate some things that were not very well. Others were being used for campaigns, and so that's why that space was limited. We can use ngao. We can use the existing places where people naturally gather. So, for example, you see politicians trying it with burials and weddings and churches and in other places. But I think even the government can ask for an opportunity to put a desk at churches, at mosques, at schools like universities, and just engage in civic education. Then using the broadcasting means. Radio is a major, people listen to radio every single morning while they're doing their work. It's the one thing that Kenyans listen to almost incessantly. And it's a very effective way of raising, of communication. Then I think just practical things. So for example, the ballot papers, when you look at the colors, they're very pastel. They almost look the same. So if you've got a little bit of visual impairment or some color blindness, sometimes you're not able to distinguish them. Maybe have bolder colored, differentiated papers so that people can see this one is really for women rep or this one is, so the colors are distinct. Because there's some of those small nuances where you might think, oh, somebody can see this is blue and this is green, but for them it's the same color.
Thanks so much. So the last follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
What could you do to bridge the gap? Because as we talk now, the number of registered members in the political parties, they are more than the number of registered voters. What will you do to ensure that that happens, in view of the fact that we need to bring more people to the voting bracket of the registered voters of IPC?
One thing the IBC does is continuous voter registration. And I think many Kenyans are not aware that you can go and register at a voter at any constituency office at any time. Many people wait for the mass registration just before the election, and by that time too many things are at play. I think something else that can be done is the government now is having a drive to urge Kenyans to take their IDs. We talked about trying to match the records at the registrar of persons together with the IBC register and see. Maybe an amendment of the law could make it such that registration as a voter is automatic with your ID as your identifier and not needing a separate new register for somebody to be able to exercise their right.
Thanks so much. And you think that should be the referendum question if it happens?
And it would solve many problems.
Thanks so much. I wish you well, Joy.
Asante.
Okay, I want to invite Fatuma, someone to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Joy?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you kindly share with us some insights on the IBC may receive support from either state actors or the state itself. So how would you manage such a support? How would you evaluate and manage that support?
Support in terms of the finances?
Financial support, or maybe any other kind of support.
From non-state actors?
Yes, non-state actors and state actors as well. So through collaboration, through partnerships, through funding. So how would you evaluate and how would you manage such support?
Let me start with the non-state actors because that is somewhere I have participated in directly. Most of the non-state actors support various activities and have got very strict budget lines and budget deadlines and reporting mechanisms on how their funds are used. So most of the funds that come from non-state actors are ring-fenced funds. So if it's for civic education, it's just for that and it's not available for any other use. So it's just ensuring that what the funds have been received for are spent as agreed, because for many of them, we're going to sign a grant agreement that tells you how the funds are going to be used. Now, the funds that are coming from the exchequer are the ones that I think are more open to being used where they're needed. It is prioritizing areas that need money to be spent on first, so that you do not run out of funds when something critical is coming up. So for example, the IBC right now has got a very huge wage bill of pending bills, for example. And these are small businessmen who have supplied the IBC and have not yet been paid. So prioritizing clearing that, for example, when there's no election, would be something that you can prioritize, because by the time the election is coming, you might need some of those people to give you services. And if you have a pending bill, that would not happen. So it's just having the priorities right, doing the first things first, so that by the time something moves from the important list to the urgent list, the financing for it is available. I think sometimes when we do things just with what is in front of us right now, time comes when something is needed and the resources for it are unavailable. So it's just consistent planning. And because the commission is working all through, like now when there's no election, there's no boundary delimitation, then you clear some of the smaller things that might spoil the budget along the way. Just keeping the books clean as much as possible.
Do you evaluate what's necessary? Where can you use it? Where will you spare so that you can get money from elsewhere?
I think one of the criticisms about the spending at the commission is, unfortunately affects my profession, is the huge costs of legal. Let me borrow a leaf from what we implemented at Kenya Power. We realized that the cost of running our own law firm within the institution is cheaper than hiring law firms to handle our work. And so we went ahead and hired over 60 advocates to be handling all our matters in-house. So with them, it's on a straight salary, and the only expense is court filing fees and other fees. That helped us manage our finances, our resources a lot better, because those resources that you don't have control over, you can't tell how much it is. That's where the trick is. So, but if it's something that I know I only need X amount to pay my advocates and all my legal matters are sorted, that can help. That's just one example, I think, of how we can manage the exchequer money.
Thank you. That's very important, because there's an agency I worked with, a government agency, that used the similar strategy, and it was very helpful. Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Asante.
Thank you. I come to Nicodemus Bore. Nicodemus, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Joy, you've appointed as a commissioner in the IEBC, and you have been working very closely with the political parties. How will you insulate IEBC from political actors and the pressure that comes with it?
I think IBC does not need insulation from political actors. IBC just needs to be firm on the rules of engagement with political actors. I think the political actors have had too much leeway or too much flexibility and say in the affairs of the IEBC. And I think just having a firm hand is something that's going to help. This has happened before. So for example, with our current registrar of political parties, she came in quite diplomacy, engages the stakeholders incessantly, but she has managed to lay down the law, and political parties are actually complying with what they need to comply with. I think the IBC needs the same. You don't need to insulate yourself from the politicians or from political parties, but just lay down the rules of engagement and stick to the plan. And if anybody steps out of the plan, regurgitate it and tell them this is what we are going to do and this is how we will do it, and re-engage at that level. Because when you allow the goalposts to keep shifting, then the relationship becomes unstable. And at the end of the day, something is bound to give. So I think just being clear, firm, and constantly engaging with the stakeholders will make that relationship easier than having, when there's a crisis is when there's engagement, and at the end, the results sometimes are not what we would expect. There's animosity and there's friction. But I think because you need the IBC needs political parties and political parties need IBC. There's no need for insulation from each other. There's just clear engagement, consistent engagement, and firm engagement, I think, would work better.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Professor. Yeah,
Thank
please,
you,
Prof.
Joy. I just want to follow from where my colleague Bore has left.
Yes, sir.
History is the best teacher, usually. Now, I just want to contextualize for you, then hear your answer. In 1997, the opposition, based on the 1992 elections, felt that the then Electoral Commission of Kenya was not independent because they had been unilaterally appointed by the president. And they started a rallying call: no reforms, no elections. To cut a long story short, it led to the inter-party parliamentary group meeting, in which 10 new commissioners nominated by the opposition were added to the 11 to make the 21 commissioners for check and balance. Come 2007, and it wasn't put into law, it was just a gentleman's agreement. Come 2007, the then regime, through the Ministry of Justice, said that that was a gentleman's agreement. It's not in law. We are appointing commissioners as per the law. You know what finally happened in this country. Now, coming to what Bore has asked you, and there are no clear parallels. I'm just contextualizing. The selection panel is holding interviews openly as part of public participation, which has been entrenched in our constitution and our laws. And out of that public participation, because it is in public domain, a section of the political class, we are all aware, we read it, they addressed a press conference, they made comments on this process. Very strong comments. Bearing in mind that history is the best teacher, and history determines the path dependence that you follow, whether you are going into a quagmire or you're following a different route to avoid that quagmire. And the law is very clear. I think I agree that as long as you are not serving in a party organ, you are eligible. But we are in a political process. And we have seen the public participation. And we have a duty as the selection panel to accomplish this job. What do you tell us? What do you tell that public and political class that have issues?
First and foremost, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. And when people voice their opinion, it is part of what is constitutionally protected. And you cannot, it cannot be gainsaid how hard we have fought to be able to have that right. And so anybody who has an opinion is welcome to voice it. Now, based on the history that you have painted, and even with us just sitting here, one of the things that I think I would say to members of the public, because this was made available to all Kenyans, everybody in Kenya had a chance. If you qualified, you had a chance to participate. The fact that you have shortlisted 111 people to interview for a position of 7 commissioners tells you how many Kenyans were interested and participated in this process. Then it means, in terms of public participation, members of the public are engaged in what is going on. The issue of the perception, I have enough emotional intelligence to know I cannot control what you think or what you feel about me. But the good thing is that in Kenya, again, I am governed by the rule of law, and so are you. That is our equalizer. And as long as we have the law in place and we are following the due process and the due procedure, then you can defend what you are doing based on what the law is. And like you said, this is a panel of eminent members. They have all the information that they needed before they shortlisted the people they have shortlisted. I am sure that when the panel is done with its work, they will do an exit report. And some of those challenges that have been seen are going to be addressed. But be that as it may, because the process is not only, like they say with the law and with things, it's not just being seen, but it must also be. Then I think one of the things that I think I would say to members of the public as well is look at people's track record. Study somebody's public service, study their life, ask those who know about them. Because it is very easy to say, in this case, let me talk about myself, to say Joy is Ruto. It's very easy to say that. But do your homework, because like I said, I am a Kenyan who, I belong to several societies, I belong to a church. Just do your homework. Is that statement really true? Is it fair? And if your answer is yes, then there's the legal process. There is due process on how to undo it. So let people not despair. All is not lost.
Thank you. Article 88, 4 of the Constitution. 84, 88, 4H. The Commission is responsible for conducting or supervising referenda and elections to any elective body or office established by this Constitution and by any other elections as prescribed by an Act of Parliament, and in particular for, I go to H, the facilitation of the observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. I underline the facilitation. You have been an observer, you said, for so many years.
Mm.
Does the Iebc facilitate?
They facilitate, but not financially.
But they facilitate.
But they
In
do
other words,
facilitate.
Observers are not internal.
No, they're not internal.
They're external.
Yes, yes.
They facilitate monitors, yes?
Yes, election monitors, yes.
Are they from inside or from outside?
There's some from inside, there's some from outside.
No, inside Iebc. It can be inside in terms of domestic monitors, but not
international
IEBC
monitors.
monitoring itself. That's the point I'm trying to get.
I think with them, they just have their staff members, but the monitors are provided from the civil society, from the political parties, from other players.
Therefore, it follows that even when it comes to evaluation, they should facilitate the evaluation, not do the evaluation.
Ah.
So that's what the Constitution is saying.
Yes, yes.
And all the 3 post-2010 constitution elections, IEBC have evaluated themselves, not facilitated the evaluation. If Joy becomes a commissioner, will the commission start following the Constitution so that the IEBC facilitate? And for me, that's part of the problem why all these things never get resolved. You have the problem of the register, they do an internal job, nothing. You have all these procurement things, they do an internal job, they can't condemn themselves. Would Joy convince the other commissioners?
In fact, now that you point it out, is something that I'm realizing it is true, because all the post-election analysis is what comes from the IEBC, and that is a big gap, because I've been part of the organizations that come under the umbrella body ELOG, and even as our institution, we have tried to give feedback to the IEBC after elections, and it is true. Sometimes you point out something that is glaring and it does not seem to find its way in the final report. So that is a place where I think there is room for not just improvement, like you said, it's an issue of compliance with the law. And even to your question earlier about the facilitation, you'll find most of the time the type of facilitation would be basically in civic education and accreditation. That's what they would do for you. And there are times when that accreditation has been denied, or has been given too late, or has been denied for certain areas. So you're told you can go to the polling stations, but you cannot come to the tallying center, for example. So there is room for improvement so that this flexibility is given so that the independent actors have got more room. Because I think it's true. When somebody is faced with a situation where they have to admit that they have done wrong and they have to face criticism, initially it's just self-preservation. You want to find a way of exonerating yourself, and that's not a good way to go about it, I think.
Lastly, NADCO deliberated over this matter.
Yes.
And among the recommendations, if you leave the 9 acts, that includes the IEBC Act, that includes the Election Act, that includes the Political Parties Act, was that the incoming IEBC that Joy seeks to join would facilitate the evaluation of the 2022 general elections as one of its first duties. Would Joy, as a commissioner, be willing to go by the NADCO recommendation?
The good thing with the NADCO process, it was a participatory process. We have the slight challenge of having a full in-tray. But I think there is benefit in learning from our past, because somebody said if you do not learn from experience, you're duty bound to repeat the mistakes of that experience was supposed to have taught you. And Kenya, we seem to be repeating this class, so there's something we're definitely not learning. So indeed, I would actually encourage that level of introspection and talking to the various actors, because having a blind spot when you're inside is something that happens to everybody. And with the benefit of now being a new commission, you can say, okay, so you're not criticizing me, so criticize the commission, then I can learn from it. And I think that would be beneficial.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Prof, do you have two final
questions?
High school questions.
Joy, your experience in the electioneering process is deep, so this should be very easy for you.
I hope so.
Other than the ballots, Kenya has at some point experimented another voting methods to electing representatives to parliament. Which method and year was the method used in Kenya's general elections?
I think, would that be the Mlolongo system?
Which year?
Which year it was used is what I'm trying to dial back. I voted in 1997, so maybe that would be the 92 elections.
5 seconds to go. 92
The 1992 elections, I think.
Okay. Let me give you a harder one, since you
Oh, I got that one. Yeah. I wasn't sure.
I didn't say you got it, but
No, it's the
you tried.
But the Mlolongo, I think it's the Mlolongo system.
Very well. Which country or countries will host the 2027 African Cup of Nations football tournament?
AFCON.
You know AFCON, that means you're very familiar with it.
Okay, Kenya, I think it's the East African countries, Kenya and
East Africa
Tanzania.
nowadays has 8 countries, so all of them?
No, Kenya, Tanzania, I think Uganda as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just to finish up, Joe, you didn't bring your certificates today.
I didn't.
What happened?
I was slotted to come on the 10th, but I'd asked if there was any flexibility to be alerted so that I could come earlier, because I have a work-related trip on the 10th. Now I received a call at around about 1 p.m. today, asking me if I could be here by 3. From where I was to here, I did not have enough time to double back to the office to pick up, and so I just came straight here. So I do apologize for that. But because I had requested for an earlier slot and it became available, I felt, let me honor the invitation and the effort rather than start to make excuses of, I can't come now, let me come tomorrow. And so I apologize. I am hoping that because I haven't gotten any extra certification since the last time I was here, if that would suffice, I request for grace. I did not bring the certificates today.
We apologize for ambushing you, but you've done well.
I appreciated the opportunity, so thank you.
Yeah, we thought it would be nice to be flexible since you may not be around. And so we appreciate the fact that you could come and interact with us within that given short time.
Asante.
Do you have any question or any comment?
No, just to thank the panel once more for this opportunity. I was asked, why were you shortlisted twice? I guess it's because I applied twice for both positions, and I'm very keen on serving this nation. And to thank you for the opportunity to interview, not just the first time, but the second time, I do not take it for granted. So ni shukurani tu.
Thank you, blessings to you.
Asante.
And have a wonderful evening and travel ahead. Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. The notebook is yours. You can carry it. Thank you. Asante, atamaji. Thank you. Thank you, members of the Fourth Estate. We have come to the end of our day today. Just in case you are asking why we have 7 candidates today, that was the reason why we got a 7th candidate. And we will try to be as flexible as possible so that we accommodate all the shortlisted candidates within the time that we have. We will resume our interviews tomorrow at 8:30. Otherwise, thank you very much for making Kenyans part of this process. Blessings to you. Thank you. Do you have another person? You don't have. Thank you. Asante. Thanks. Thanks.